Okay, welcome everyone to the EOS Fireside Chat for December 14th. It's been another big week in EOS. We got lots of topics and updates to discuss today. We're talking, of course, Pomelo finale. Sorry, guys, mic issues, audio issues. All right, so today we're talking Pomelo finale, last day for donations right now for season 4, $365,000 in the matching pool to be allocated. Get in there, vote with your dollars, support the projects you love. We're talking Trimbot's Substack publication that was released this week relating to, of course, the big news from last week with the B1 donation to Eden. We've got some community members, special guests today coming to give us some updates on their projects. We've got John from Boid talking about some updates on their side. We have Emanate that's going to be giving us an update, and also ShuFan left us an audio message. She couldn't make it because it's 4 a.m. her time right now, but she left us an audio message I'll play for everyone. There's a new article by EOS Support going over the top ENF projects of the year. We are approaching the end of the year. Of course, we'll have our year-end recap show as well later on in December. We're talking the new EOS holiday giveaway promotion that was started today, and of course, poker tournament number 2 for the EOS community going on this weekend on Sunday. But before we get all into all of that, let's do our official Fireside intro. All right, welcome to the EOS Fireside Chat, the show that brings you the latest news, insights, and interviews from the world of EOS. Here we have some of the most influential voices in the EOS community, from developers and entrepreneurs to investors and thought leaders. We'll explore the most pressing topics in the EOS space, from scaling solutions to governance and more. So grab a cup of coffee, sit back, and join us for some thought-provoking conversations about the future of EOS. My name is Stephane. I'm one of the co-founders of EOS Nation, currently a top-ranked block producer on EOS, and I'd like to thank Dave Rex and ChatGPT for writing my intro speech today. I absolutely welcome our new AI overlords, and also I welcome everyone joining us live on Discord, watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever it is. Thanks for being part of the community. Thanks for being part of the EOS community, the Pomelo community. Join us on Discord. Join in the fun. This show's open to everyone. You've got questions, thoughts, comments, whatever it is. We want to hear from you. And yeah, of course, today we'll be talking about EOS. We're also talking about the Antelope ecosystem. Antelope is the name for the community-owned blockchain software that powers a variety of highly performant blockchain networks, such as EOS, Telos, Wax UX, and many others. All right, so before we get to the juicy topics of the day and our special guests, just want to remind you guys of the holiday schedule for the Fireside. So next week we're taking a break. We're taking one break, and it's going to be next week. Then we're coming back on the 28th for the year-end review show. I'm sure no one really remembers, but the year-end review show last year was the first time that I hosted the Fireside. And I remember I was very nervous of getting on stage and trying to lead a, a community conversation in front of everyone in EOS. But, did it a couple times. The nerves went away. Now it just feels like I'm sitting around talking about EOS with friends, which is something I do a lot anyways. So yeah, it's been a fun year, and yeah, we'll go over some topics on Wednesday the 28th. If you join us on Discord, if you share some thoughts, please let us know who you are when you jump on the mic. Share some pics, memes, all that good stuff, links to the content that we're talking about in the voice chat on Discord. And Dave will do, what he can to showcase that content to everyone watching on the video shows. Pop token giveaway, of course, still going on. Last week we forgot to do the raffle for the November ticket, so that's going to be going on at the end of this show this week. And the road to 10K promo still going on. We're gaining around 100 members a week. We're up to 6,500, so in a few weeks we'll reach that 7,000. Create your custom invite code, invite friends, and you'll win prizes and EOS and NFTs. All right, enough from me. who do we have here in the audience that wants to come talk to the EOS community? Is
Hey, Steph.
John. Hey, John, you're there. Hey, welcome to the Fireside. Please kick us off this week.
All right. Thanks for inviting me, Steph. This is John from Boid, and I wanted to announce that our new Boid platform is live on Telos testnet, and we have a rewards program that is live called Boid Frontier. The Boid Frontier, it's a rewards program where you can earn tokens and NFTs in exchange for testing out the Boid app on testnet. We have, many actions and pages and actions you can perform just to try things out. And then we have a forum where you can post feedback and build new things that you want to add to the program and things you want to improve. We also have bug bounties if you can find basic issues or even critical issues. We have some nice token bounties on that. So, and there's some things about the platform that you've probably never seen before. Like we have a completely on chain password, traditional email password authentication system. So you don't need to set up a wallet or you don't need to use Anchor or anything. You can move tokens around. You can do everything with just an email password, and it's totally on chain. So this is a new thing we came up with that everyone should give it a shot and check it out. And I'd love to hear, feedback and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's what we've been up to.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on the Fireside, sharing with us. That's great. I'm sure we'll have some feedback for you over the coming days.
Yeah, I just posted a link to it. I forgot to do that. So yeah, there's a link in the chat.
There you go. I
And
posted the blog post a bit earlier. Oh, there you go. You posted it again. Perfect. And then we've got the testnet link there as well. Get in there while you're on the Fireside, guys, and let's give John some instant feedback. All right, that's great. Um, all right. Do we have anyone from Emanate in in uh in the audience? I'm not sure exactly what name I'm looking for. Taylor asked, is Boyd leaving EOS? Yeah, so you're talking about Telos testnet. Um, John, maybe you want to maybe explain a bit how or if Boyd is still on EOS?
basically, we're setting up our new account system on Telos and to improve the onboarding experience and the the token and the NFTs and everything is still going to be on EOS. So we're not moving anything off of EOS. We're going to be retiring the smart contract that's running on EOS and just using the smart contracts on Telos. In the future, we may and also we're probably going to be the first application to have like first class IBC integration. So you'll be able to move any kind of Boyd asset, NFT, or token between any of the chains on the IBC network. And because we don't require you to have a wallet, you won't even tell the difference about what chain it's on and things like that. So I don't think it's a problem, or I mean, I don't think it's going to inconvenience you if you don't have a Telos account, for example. You don't need a Telos account. The primary reason that we are building on Telos is because we wanted to build a system that doesn't rely on any kind of an off-chain account system. So that means every single user needs to be registered on chain and no central server. And that means that we have to pay the RAM for every new user. And so Telos, the RAM is much less expensive than EOS. And also, it's much easier to run a Telos node because the network is less busy. So basically, it's just a better fit for what we're trying to do. We also we have really good alignment with the Telos community. Like we had a Telos team, and they were the most active team on the platform for a long time. Telos has attracted a lot of people that like the types of things that we do with Boyd. But I see it as us expanding out to Telos and not moving to Telos. And I think that everything that you see with Boid on EOS today is not going anywhere.
That's a pretty good answer. I think it makes a lot of sense for apps to be building on multiple Antelope chains at once. Excited to see what the IBC implementation or integration is gonna need for your tokens, and if that might be one of the first places where the community can play around with that, that's gonna be exciting for sure. And you say you're leaving the token on EOS. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, thanks for the
Yeah,
update.
I mean, the original white paper for Boid basically said that Boid is going to be its own app chain because, in my opinion, this is the ideal way to scale applications. So the plan was always to use IBC to connect Boid to the other chains and have Boid running on its own chain. And we've just been waiting for the IBC, and the IBC is almost here. you know, so but but I still feel like the technology for an app chain is not there yet. So Telos is like our app chain. It's a more specialized, more lightweight chain where we can do the things that we need to do, and we still benefit from the liquidity and community and things from on EOS. And because of our account system, you don't need to connect Anchor, you don't need to make a chain account. All you need is an invite link from someone who has created an invite link for you, or you can purchase an account directly yourself. So I've thought of all the angles. Trust me, and
I
I think
like it.
people will be happy with what we came up with.
I like it. It's a well-prepared answer. For me personally, as long as some piece of your application runs on EOS, then you're welcome back on the Fireside anytime to give us some updates.
And I would encourage any projects that are having trouble scaling on EOS to think about an app chain, side chain, etc. type solution in the future. It's just the technology is not quite there for us. It's barely there for Cosmos, and Cosmos has been working on it for like 4+ years and all this kind of stuff. So, but yeah, let's try not to be too tribalistic about is everything running on this one specific chain? you know,
No, totally. And shout out to Taylor for the good question in the chat. We appreciate it. Esteban agrees it's going to be a multi-chain world. And in case someone wasn't aware, IBC stands for Inter-Blockchain Communication. Thanks, Daniel. All right. I don't think we have our emanate representative with us just yet. So I'm going to play a nice little clip from ShuFan. So I asked her, she's a very active in the EOS NFT community, even though it may be a small community. She's definitely getting out there, trying things, and using the technology that's available on EOS with Atomic Hub, with DeFi Box, with some liquidity pools, all that good stuff. So I invited her, to give us an update on the far side. She can't. It's 4 a.m. her time. So she sent in a clip, and so I thought we are gonna listen to it. It's about 4 minute long. Dave, let me know if the audio levels are good.
Hello, everybody. I'm ShuFan. Thanks for the invitation from Stephen. I'm very happy to join this fireside event. Because of the time difference, I can only record a piece of audio for you to introduce our two projects. Firstly, about ShuFan NFT project. As I like painting, I tried to sell them using NFT on EOS. It's been 18 months since my first NFT was sold. Its name is Small Flower. Time flies. Many other hobbies, including dance, music, movies, and novels. I'm also writing a novel and may publish it on EOS in the future. I know the NFT market on US is not that huge yet. but I believe it has a bright future. Then about SFN project, we launched 2 weeks ago. It's a brief test to combine NFT and token. The total amount is only 2,100. Very real, right? And the ruined keys are for absolute safety. We have to thank the support of Rindo, Drill, who are from US support, and Listen, who is from ENF. We believe that SFN not only has similar value as Bitcoin, but is also very interesting because of NFT. Its price has increased more than 15% on DeFi bucks. I think it's a trust and support of US community. SFN holders could even be imagined as VIP members of ShuFan NFT project. For more details, please see the website. We hope this project can make both NFTs and SFN more fun, more active, and more valuable. So if you like us, please buy NFTs or donate our projects on Pomelo. Thank you. Any questions can contact us by Twitter or Telegram. Okay, I'm very glad to share our projects here. Thanks for your time. Have a lovely day. Bye bye.
All right, thank you, ShuFan, for that nice little description, audio message that you left for us for the fireside. I see there's a few questions here in the chat. I'm not completely familiar with the project, just wanted to give her an opportunity to share with the community. But I do think earlier in the month, holders of the token that were also providing liquidity for the token on DeFi box were able to earn some of her NFT airdrops. So, she's trying out cool mechanisms like that using the tools available on EOS. So we wanted to give her a bit of time to talk about her project. Not financial advice, of course. Tokens go up, tokens go down. We all know the drill. But anyway, so this also brings up another issue that we've had with Fireside, is that we often invite guests and teams that are on the other side of the world, and they kind of look at us weird when we want them to come online at 3 a.m. So starting next year, we're going to be running one Fireside a month at 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, so usually they start at 3 p.m. Eastern, the regular Firesides. But this one will start 6 hours earlier at 9 a.m. Eastern on the third Wednesday of every month. So that's going to be that one show where we hope that we get more Europeans tuning in and more people in the Asia, Australia time zones, where it's going to be, I think, 3 p.m. in Europe and around 9 p.m. in Asia. So hopefully more people of the community can join the firesides. I hope all of you regulars here to the afternoon firesides, or my afternoon anyways, will join us once a month early in the morning. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to have more guests from the wider EOS community. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know some people in the community were always saying how late the fireside is, and so for those people, hopefully it'll work out, and we'll see. If it's very popular, then maybe we go half. We'll see. Exactly. Foreigner, another one that is thankful for an earlier show. Exactly. So 9:30 p.m. Yeah, exactly. So in Europe, the show starts at 9 p.m. and in Asia it's like 3 or 4 a.m. So moving that 6 hours earlier is hopefully going to be able to accommodate more people. All right. A lot of comments in the chat. I like it. Haven't been able to catch up just yet. Um, yeah, if anyone has any comments so far, any more questions for the projects, if Emanate shows up at any time, let me know in the chat or just jump on, say hi. Yeah, just gonna give a little musical break for a bit. Oh, there we go. It's muted again. Of course, it happened. I thought Dave was gonna do the mess up this week. All right. Um, Joe Louis in the questions in the chat asks, starting which month for the morning chat? So that's gonna start next month, in January. So January 18th is going to be the first morning fireside. So I hope you guys join us. Book that in your calendar already. I know your calendars are a bit more open since we're going to the new year. Make sure to book that in every third Wednesday of the month for 2023. We're showing up early at the fireside. And yeah, other than that, should be should be good shows. Looking forward to seeing more people, new faces in the audience. We got 50 people right now on Discord. That's great. I'm sure lots more watching outside of Discord. If you are outside of Discord, join us in Discord. That's where all the fun happens. Discord.gg/EOS network. All right, so Trimbot, where's Trimbot? Trimbot wants Blue Dog on stage. I want Trimbot on stage. Wonder what's gonna happen. Maybe we get Daniel on stage, talk about Pomelo season finale first, and then we get into the Trimbot Substack publication of the week.
Hey, that's me.
Hey.
So yeah, thanks for having me on stage. Daniel, leading the Pomelo team. Really excited for wrapping up season 4. It's the last day, so if you'd like to participate in Pomelo season 4, make sure you get those donations in. I think we've got. I'm gonna pull up Pomelo right now. There's a countdown timer right on the home page if you want to know how much time there is left, and yeah, that's 1200 UTC is when the donations end. So there's still some time left. Thank you, Lenny. 15 hours, 33 minutes left. So check that out. You got another, a little more than 15 hours left to get your donations in, and they're coming in hot as they often do. I've been monitoring the progress of donations on Pomelo, and there's a bit of a theme that every season we get a big flood of donations toward the end of the season. Community members sort of like getting their last votes in, optimizing the results, trying to have their influence over how that matching pool is directed. So the last time I called the bot to give me results, we were at, oh, thank you. I see Stephane there already getting me fresh results. We've raised 74, almost 75,000 EOS so far. Again, still more than 15 hours to go. We're not quite at last season's amount. We raised almost 98,000 EOS last season, so we're still lagging behind the value we've raised from the previous season. But as we've seen, I think about 25% or maybe even 50% of the donations came in the last 2 days. So I expect that number to climb, and maybe we'll even catch up or surpass season 3's level of donations raised. So keep it coming. Really love seeing all the activity from the community. And it's important. The more active people we have donating, the harder it is for the bad actors to influence the pool. The best defense against those not playing fair are having many people playing fair and making it harder to influence, um, requires many more people with more donations to have an impact. The more people we have participating. So again, very much appreciate all of the participation. We've got a new feature this season. We sent out. You may have gotten a newsletter from us if you are a Pomelo participant. You can go and look at your profile and see how you rank. In case you didn't know, we've got these great achievement badges that we give out at the end of every season. Thanks to the great work from the .gems team who designs those for us. And if you look at your profile in the left bar there, you can see your all-time ranking, and now for the first time you see the current season's ranking. So you can see, where do you rank if you're in the top 100 or in the top, what is it, top 20 that we get the exceptional donor badge, Steph?
Top 25 and top
Top
100 are
20.
the two thresholds to aim for.
All right. So if you want that exceptional donor badge, then you want to be in the top 25. If you're in the top 100, you'll get the honorable badge. That will be displayed nicely in your profile, just like you see Glue Dog. Look at all those shiny badges that Glue Dog's got in the chat there. I think that's the most I've seen from anybody. So if you want to get yourself one of those shiny badges, check out how you're ranking, and you can even see how much do you need to donate to get to the next rank. So there's that little next rank slot there. Glue Dog's currently ranked number 3, and he's got $700 of donations to make if he wants to get to number 2. So there we go. So yeah, like I said, and another thing I'll mention, I just set expectations. So yeah, today's the last day. That's not the end of Pomelo Season 4. We go into analysis period at this point. Once we close donations, the Pomelo team takes some time to review the results, to explore evidence of potential mischief or cheating, and we adjust the matching allocation according to what we find. We rely heavily on the community for this process. So if you've witnessed any wrongdoing, manipulation of the system, some of the things we're watching out for, it's against the rules, for example, to offer a quid pro quo. You can't offer something in exchange for a donation. If you've witnessed that and you can report it, and we really appreciate that, and we'll take action as a result. If we have, conclusive evidence that a grant owner is participating in that grant gets disqualified. We're also looking at just donation patterns, multiple data points, lots of different metadata that we're looking at here to look for evidence of what we call a Sybil attack. So, one person creating many accounts to try to manipulate the results by donating with all of their fake accounts to their grant. So again, if we have conclusive evidence that was carried out by the grant owner, that grant can get disqualified. If it's less conclusive, then we'll make we'll collapse donors, and 20 donors become one donor, and that has quite the impact on the matching distribution. So the matching estimates you see right now in the UI, again, those are just estimates; they're not final. They'll change. In season 3, I think we reallocated something around $155,000 from bad actors back to the fair players. So again, something to look forward to. Because we're heading into the holiday season, there'll be, the Pomelo team's gonna be taking a little bit of a break for the holidays. So we'll continue that analysis into the new year, and put our report out as soon as it's ready early in the new year. So that's pretty much the Pomelo Season 4 update. Again, get those donations in, get those reports in if you've seen them. We really appreciate the community's participation in helping to direct effectively the matching pool to the grants that really deserve it, based on the wisdom of the crowd.
All right. Great update, Daniel. Thanks. I've got a few other things I'd like to share about Pomelo. I got inspired last night, browsed all of the collections out there, and basically, if a collection was created by someone that I've seen in the community, that's been around here for a long time, that I know, that I've worked alongside with in various ways, I donated to all of the grants that those people were supporting. And it made me realize, how the Pomelo quadratic funding platform really is a system that amplifies the wisdom of the crowd in order to fund the projects and the people in our community that we know bring the most good, to the ecosystem. And so I did a little thread on the topic here on Twitter. I'm going to share in the chat here, just talking about how, it's wisdom of the crowd on top of wisdom of the crowd, that with these new collection features. I was a bit motivated. Did a meme as well. It was funnier maybe last night when I was tired than this morning when I posted it. But nonetheless, what I've also done is linked all of the collections that I donated to. I linked them in that tweet thread. So if you're looking for collections to donate to, you can see which ones that I thought were good collections to donate to, because I've seen these people, I've worked with these people. So there you go. Wanted to just share that thread and also talk about the NFT finale for Pomelo season 4. So the final crafting levels went live on Tuesday. So you can blend your robots into all sorts of different moon base units and structures and vehicles. And the final snapshot for everyone to accumulate a nice collection and then earn those coveted Pomelo astronaut tokens is going to be on the same day in January that grant owners can claim their matching pool allocation. So that means it's going to be after the cyber analysis, and it will be announced in January when that date is going to be. So until then, you've got plenty of time to get in there, buy some NFTs, go through the fun little gamifications that we've got implemented there. If you're looking for information on what's going on there, there's a Medium blog article that covers everything you need to know about the NFT adventure. I'll share it in just a second. And yeah, thanks for everyone that participated in the pitch sessions that I hosted. We had over 30 grants, I believe. I made a collection including all of those pitch sessions. So if you want to reward the grants that were that took the time to come on air in public to pitch their grant to the community, I've got actually 40 of them ended up in this collection. Included some of the pitch sessions that I've done, pitch sessions that our Asia team did in Chinese, Korean. Jenna Rios did some pitch sessions. I hopped on one with some guys from EOS Rio the other day, included those as well. And so next year, if you're interested in hosting pitch sessions, with I know a few of you are, because you reached out to me during the season wanting to host some. We were doing rapid fire pitch sessions this year, 5 minutes each. Some people were like, hey, I want to do a longer pitch session. Great. Reach out to us during the off season here, and we'll make sure to include whatever format of pitch session you want to host into our workflow here, to make sure that when people apply to pitch sessions, they can really apply to all the pitch sessions that are out there. And we love to see the community getting involved like that. It's really great. All right, final round of applause for everyone. Pomelo season 4. I think it's been a great season. The a number of grants approved was a bit lower, the donations maybe a bit lower, but the quality I think is much higher. I ended up donating to over 100 grants last night out of 132. So a lot of wide range of grants, and these were all from people creating collections, right? So I only donated to grants that were inside collections from people, or almost only, made a few exceptions, of course. But anyways, yeah, it's been great to see the quality of the projects going up, the reputation of the grant owners increasing, season over season. They're delivering on what they say. That's great. Okay, we want more of that. We know this grant creator's already delivered. They're sharing their updates. All of that's all coming together nicely. Yeah, and I guess one thing I'm looking for next season is more auditing of these grants. So I know there's a few groups out there that are working on that aspect of Pomelo, and to have more deeper, detailed audits on what the projects promise compared to what they deliver. And sometimes things happen, token price moves, all that stuff. But it's good to get more visibility, more information into that stuff. I think that's something that a lot of community members are looking for. All right, anyone else want to just jump on here as we close up Pomelo season 4? Share your thoughts, ask questions, maybe ask a feature request or stuff that you didn't like.
I'll
Um,
jump quickly back in because you sparked a thought in my head.
there we go.
I know with the collection, something I'm looking forward to, and you were talking about the reputation. So we're 4 seasons in, and we're seeing grant owners build their reputation season over season, and people who came participated in season 1 kind of emerged as unknowns in the community, and now again through 4 seasons, Mello actually now made a name for themselves in the community. With collections, we're only in our first season. I'm really curious to see how there's a new category of reputation to earn now as a curator. So maybe you're not interested in creating a grant, but you've got, you're a passionate community member who wants to see the matching pool distributed fairly. You've got some time to investigate grants and to put together a collection of, a well-researched collection of grants that have been delivering and proven that they're delivering. I think that's a great way to build your reputation too. You don't have to create a grant. You don't have to try to raise money for yourself, but you can start building a name for yourself through the collections. And then maybe at some point in the future, maybe you do want to create a grant and you already have that track record behind you uh, to kind of lead off with even more success for your first go at creating a grant or creating a bounty. That's something else that's coming down in the future. So yeah, really, really happy to see all the adoption of the collections. It looks like people are really using it, loving it. I've been loving it just like you. I've been majority of my donations have been going through collections. And again, this is just the beginning. I think we're going to really see the value of collections manifest through that season over season mechanic that Pomelo does. So there we go. Just another 2 cents. Thank you, Steph, for sparking that in my head.
You sparked another question in my head, which I'm not sure if we have a plan for yet, but we'll give it a shot anyways. There's a section here in the collections called featured collections,
Ah,
but it's empty.
it
What
is.
how are we gonna fill up this section?
That's a good question. So right now, the way that it's filled up is I've got a Pomelo account that I can log in with and follow collections, and then they end up in the featured collections. And I haven't done that this season. Um, I'm trying to stay sort of relatively neutral when it comes to the collection. Which support the collections you want. However, I really would like to see that feature used more. And I'd be curious to hear from the community if anyone has any thoughts on what's the criteria? How do we determine which collection should be featured? Because that's a question I'm still debating myself.
Yeah, me too. I've got ideas, but none of them are really great. And I'd love to hear ideas from the community here before maybe I share my mine that aren't very great.
How's Gitcoin do it? I'm pretty sure they randomize it, but
Their featured collections are randomized. Do they?
I okay, so their collections are randomized. I'm pretty sure because it's kind of annoying because I'm always looking for a Ethereum state media collection, and it's hard to find because it's not always at the top because it's
Right.
randomized.
So yeah, we've got just the standard. So we have this whole featured collection section that right now is blank because we haven't designated any collections to feature. We've also got the sorting. So yeah, by default, just like Gitcoin, it's shuffled. However, we have additional sorting ways to sort. So you can sort by, for example, number of followers. You could sort so anyone can follow their favorite collections, and the number one followed collection is the collection of Yves Rose of the ENF. Um, so that's one. If you want, you can sort collections by number of followers. Another thing we're going to be adding is an ability to sort. Right now, you can't do this yet, but probably by next season, you'll be able to sort by number of donations made to a collection or via a collection. So that data exists on the back end. It's just a matter of us, formatting it and putting that in the UI to be able to sort with that. So that's another potential opportunity. We can feature collections based on number of donations to them, based on the number of followers, or it could be, maybe at some point there's a community role that is developed, that a third party first community member who features collection. Maybe there's multiple ways. I don't know, but for now, again, I have not featured any collections just because I haven't yet figured out the criteria. And I see Trimbot has said, based on ranking a Pomelo member who creates the collection, and I guess by ranking you mean number of followers, or do you mean number of donations they've made? That's another. I don't think we have a way to sort by that. But one of the things we do on the collections is right at the top, we feature the curator, so you can see the stats of the person who created that collection, the total value they've donated, the number of grants they've donated to, their achievements. You can see their NFT profile picture. So that's a way to signal the reputation of that person over time. And over time, we want to add more and more ways to signal reputation. Soon we've got bounties coming. I mentioned, there's going to be a way to eventually to rate people based on their contributions. 5-star, 4-star. Maybe that's going to be something we display in collections too at some point. So yeah, all kinds of different ways to signal reputation and use that data to feature collections and grants.
What's the latest status on the idea of kind of like a check system to? We've talked about it before. The comments on like a grant, to be able to like leave feedback and reviews from the community.
Yeah, so we're going to try our best to get that in for next season. That's our top. We've already identified that as the top priority feature for grants. The top priority feature for all of Pomelo is bounties, but we've got sort of two different independent teams working, one on grants, one on bounties. So the team that's working on grants is going to be focused on trying to get the commenting ready for season 5. That's all. Things change. It's possible it won't be ready in time, but that's the goal. And it'll be, right now the design we have in mind, it's very basic. We're going to have some threshold that's still to be defined. We don't want spam comments from Sybil attackers. So you're going to have reach some threshold of reputation to be able to comment on somebody's grant. Ideally, our goal, maybe if not for the first iteration, maybe the second iteration, you're also going to be able to upvote and downvote comments. Just kind of like Reddit, how the most upvoted comments will surface to the top. Maybe the most downvoted ones will get hidden. Maybe you'll be able to still view them with an extra click. And the idea with this is, just another opportunity for the community to be able to hold the grants accountable, ask questions, make comments like, hey, you said you were going to do this and you never did it. What's the deal? And the grant owner will be able to respond to the comments. And anyone who's reached that threshold can only make one comment per grant. The idea is not to make like a big comment thread, but give everybody a chance to have their say and edit it if they need to. So that's what we're planning. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if everything works out according to plan, we'll have that ready for season 5.
Hello, everybody. This is Dan Singjoy.
Hey, Dan.
Hope that you're all doing well. Thanks, Stephane. Thanks so much. Well, I want to say first off, thanks so much to the Pomelo team. You guys are doing amazing work. Everybody on the team. So really appreciate it. And thank you also. Thank you specifically, Daniel Keys. All the things you said there sounds great. And thank you, Stephane, for hosting this conversation. I have 3 announcements that I want to make. And there's a lot that I'm really excited to share with the community. I know it's kind of a lot too, so I don't want to share too much at once. So I'll be concise. I have notes written out too. I was writing some notes out so I can give everybody a great experience, just be concise and be respectful of everyone's time. And I suppose that if it's all right with you, Stephane, everybody, then I'll jump into it, and maybe I'll pause a little bit in between each topic in case anybody has any questions or comments. And yeah, feel free to jump in. Does that sound good with you, Stephane?
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what concise means today. Go for it, Dan.
Okay. Sounds good. It is 49, so I'll be concise and quick. Yeah. So anyway, I want to say thanks. I also want to say thank you, Stephane, and congratulations on just about a year of hosting these fireside chats and bringing the community together. You do an awesome, amazing job, and I really appreciate it, as I'm sure many people in the community do as well. And also, congratulations on the hot sauce grant so far and everything you're doing, and the Pomelo pitch sessions. I did those, so I'm just really appreciative of that. Also, thank you for joining the Fractal Apple, which is one of the announcements that I mentioned, and spending some time with me yesterday and sharing fun comments and helping me decide on public goods and Pomelo and being a part of it. And also, I really appreciate your donations for Creator Talk and Eden Creators. And so I mentioned one of the announcements is called Fractal Apple. It's a new live show that I just started this week. And I also introduced this last week a bit during the Fireside Chat. So I won't repeat myself much. People can go back and listen to that one. But since then, I did it, and I did 2 of the first Fractal Apple shows. It's a musical live show that's about collaboration in Eden and EOS and Web3 and fractal consensus and all sorts of cool things. And I did the first show on Sunday, and I introduced the show there, and I also introduced the Creator Talk show, which I'll also go into a bit more in a bit. And I also debuted a song that I've been working on about Fractal Apple and Pomelo, and had a lot of fun and promoted Pomelo and public goods creators on Pomelo. I've also been working on a page at edencreators.com/Pomelo where I've been curating Pomelo and trying to share it with a wider audience, because it's amazing what we're doing here in the EOS community, and I really want to spread it with the wider world and help people understand the benefits of Pomelo and EOS. I'll share a couple links in the chat too in case people want to see it. I encourage you to check out the episode that we did, both the first episode and also the second episode that I just did yesterday. During the second episode, it was a kind of a holiday themed episode where I spread some holiday cheer and opened up some gifts and played some Christmas songs. And I also gave 500 EOS to public goods creators on Pomelo with the help of Stephane and Giorn and many people in the community. Thanks everybody for joining and all the support. And it was really fun. Got creative and yeah, so it was a fun time. And also, I think it's a really cool way to promote Pomelo, to live stream, and to share the appreciation for all the great people doing amazing work in the community. So thanks everybody for creating public goods for EOS and for the world. I supported 79 grants that I knew did really cool work last night. So I was very happy to do that and very thankful for everybody. And I'm going to be doing the show every week at Sunday at 15 UTC before the Eden Town Hall, which is at 16 UTC. And then I'm also going to just be doing them maybe randomly throughout the week. I'm also looking forward to the next Pomelo season to give away more funds to public good creators on Pomelo. And I think that is, that's probably the end of the first announcement. So that was 2 minutes. That was fairly quick. I hope that all made sense and you enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks again, Stephane, for joining that. That was really cool of you to be there with me. And it was fun grinding out the Pomelo donations with you, as you said.
Yeah, I was out there looking at all the collections, sending out EOS everywhere. Had to reload from Binance at one point. It was fun times.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, thanks so much. That's Fractal Apple. I'll be doing that once again on Sundays at 15 UTC. People can check it out at Eden. Well, I'm going to get fractalapple.com up soon, but right now it's at edencreators.com/Apple where you can learn more. And the first episode was really fun. I did a live stream for 2 hours. That's in the chat too, so you can watch that. And feel free to reach out with any questions or comments. Love to hear your thoughts. Second show that I did was called Creator Talk, and that's a new show where I speak with creators about creativity and collaboration and a lot more. You can see the show at creatortalk.show. And I did introduce this a little bit. So just to briefly reiterate, the show is now live. I released it. I released the first interview with Tadas Vidikunas, who is a really visionary and talented developer in EOS who created the Eden plus Fractal process. Also Albedo, some other cool projects he's working on as well. Eden plus Fractal process is a super hopeful consensus game that we've been playing at Eden Fractal meetings on Wednesdays at 16 UTC at the Eden Fractal. We've been meeting for over 6 months now, but we started doing this about 2 months ago. And this is basically a process that combines Eden elections with Fractally. So we reward respect as well as elect leaders who form a council. So I had an interview with Tadas about this a couple months ago, and ever since then, I've been working on a lot of really exciting websites a really exciting website and producing the video well and so forth. So I saw Jan's message in the chat, but yeah, you can check it out at creatortalk.show/Tadas for the full episode, and also a preview that I made, and show notes, and person noted more about Tadas and related articles and so forth. I put a lot of work into making this show as exciting as possible and helpful as possible. So there's a cool little surfer dude and a lot of cool art that I've been making, as well as websites I created about Eden plus Fractal and a Hero timer. So I'll hurry up here. But yeah, I'm really excited about it, and I encourage everybody to check it out at creatortalk.show. And I also, the final announcement is that I have some big news about using the Eden plus Fractal process today. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Stephane. Let me know if I was rambling on too much, and shall I continue now, or any questions or comments?
Yeah, you were rambling on a bit too much, but not too bad. Not too bad. Just 5 minutes, I guess. But yeah, cool. Thanks for sharing sharing all that. And if anyone has comments, I'm sure they know where to find you. You're out there everywhere. So, but
Great.
thanks for
Thank you,
being on
Stephane.
our side and sharing your updates.
Thank you very much. Do you mind if I just take one more minute just to share the final announcement? Because that was the first two. And I'm sorry there's so much at once, but it's just been a crazy, crazy week. And I can do the last one very quickly. And it does follow up.
Who's laughing?
Okay, I think I'll go ahead. I don't know. I hear that too. Okay. So if it's okay with you, I'll just say too, with this Eden plus Fractal process, we actually passed 3 proposals today at the Eden Fractal meeting. So that was the most proposals we passed. And Tadas also made 2 more proposals for to have to basically elect a moderator and set moderator guidelines, and to optimize the hour after breakup meetings. So
maybe this is
yeah,
too many details.
Stephane, it's really cool and revolutionary. I know I've been talking for a while. I'll share
Yes,
the link
it's
so you
fine.
can
And
check
if
them out.
people are
Don't give
interested,
too much stuff.
they can
Yes.
find the details if they want to.
Excellent.
We've got
Thank
Rhett
you so
that's
much.
been actually on deck here, waiting to give his updates as well. So I'm gonna throw it over to Rhett if you're ready.
Yes, I am ready. I'm
All right.
I switched to a computer instead of being on my mobile phone, just to have more bandwidth and more quality sound.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
So a quick debrief of the ENF EMEA tour that we did in Q3 and Q4 of this year. We had our last event in London. The debrief documentation is not complete because we promised the vinyl version in December 21 to ENF, but I'll give you a little bit of feedback on what we concluded after 6 months, and we are currently making the plan for the first half year of next year. Negotiating with ENF on what events is best to do. One change for next year is that we will visit more events, like 15 of them, and we will participate in about 6. So that is a bit of a change. We have found out that if we are on events and we talk to the people that are on those events, that can be very beneficial for the EOS community. There's all kinds of suppliers that have technology that can be migrated to EOS, or EOS protocol can be added to the protocol or to the solution or the application or the wallet. So that's why we want to visit as many events and talk to the booth owners to see if they are interested in. So it's more of a reach out next year with 15 events that shape and 6 events participating. So in the last 3 months, we did 11 events in 7 countries in 10 weeks. Web Summit in Lisbon, Future Blockchain Summit in Dubai, TechX in London and in Amsterdam, Token 2049 in London. ENF itself did the Singapore version. We did W3 Vision, that was a part of the Mexico. We will do, that was in Germany. We will do next year from the same organization or related to it. Also an event very focused on marketing, and they have a special Web3 gaming area. So we'll probably do that for next year. We did DeFi Congress in Belfast, Blockchain Expo in Zaragoza with a little bit of an accent on gaming there. We met a few gaming companies, and we did 3 events from Gartner. We spoke last 10 weeks with, I think, over 25 analysts from Gartner, explaining what Web3 and EOS can offer to enterprises and why people should build on this tech stack. For all these events, we had a pop-up wall. So maybe you've seen those walls where it's an aluminum frame that you can pop up. Or we had a custom-made event booth that was typically part of the package that we arranged with them. Some of the organizers want the whole show to look a little bit similar, and they include a stand produced by them as part of the package. In total, there were 14 people of us participating in these shows. I did 8 events. I couldn't do all because some of them were on the same date. About 14 people of us were participating. I did 6 presentations, 5 panel participations, and on average there were like 134 people in the audience. So that are pretty okay statistics. We have about 1,700 new contacts in the database that we jointly with ENF are going to nurture, send out marketing events, marketing materials. The first few that we did had like an open rate of 40%, so that is very impressive. If you know anything about click rates on email, then 40% extremely high. In total, 218,000 people were at all these events. We did, in every event, we assessed how many of them were able to see our booth. And in total, that was at least 64,000. And we had over, like I said, we collected 1,700 cards. Some of the people came in multiple events past our booth. So the total number that we had engagement with a little less than the 1,700, but that type of a number. We gave out thousands of stickers. We gave out the magazine, 200 copies. We gave out polo shirts, business cards in serious numbers have been given out. So from some of the projects, we had a little bit of more detail, like our team answered some questions after they had contact with this person. So for example, the question, what was the maturity of the person that you spoke with? Was it low, medium, and high? Low was about 16%, high was 35%, and that leaves high was 49%. So the majority of the people that came by were very knowledgeable about blockchain, almost 50%, 49% to be exact. And only 16% were not very knowledgeable. The assessment that we made on whether this project would be in the next 12 months, 45%, or in the next 24 months, that was another 20%. So big numbers on the next 24 months. We are reaching out to these projects now and partnerships, a lot of partnerships, I would say. And I think it's less than what we said here because we already engaged that this percentage is probably too optimistic. Let me go through some, a lot of the contacts. Number 1 contacts was 246 in the Netherlands, 121 in the UK, 111 in Dubai, 106 in Germany, 66 in Portugal. To mention the top, I already said that we had not a high open rate. It was 46% open rate in the first email, second email 39. So it goes down, but we still have 1,215 numbers, email names in that we keep on nurturing. In total, we did in the last period 102 social media posts that were retweeted on LinkedIn and Twitter, but there were 102 original posts, and that reached about 189,000 people and 6,600 engagements. That engagement is a retweet or a comment. So the engagement was 3.4%.
Is
So
it
that's some.
possible? Are we going to be able to visualize this data
Yeah,
in a
we
report
have this
format?
whole report. I will ask ENF to share this with in this report. There are some names of companies that we talk to that I 100% sure will not share without them knowing that we share this to the open public. So I can't share what we have right now. And this is not the final version. So I think we will share it in the channels, Discord channels.
Great. Looking forward
Create
to it.
create.
Hard to
I
follow
think
these
if
numbers on audio only.
yeah, I know. No, but in at the end, it's really we have some conclusion slides, and the title there, it's happening. This really means that we see the EOS branding work, we see the ENF branding work, we see a lot of people that were either at the ICO days, finally EOS, finally we see something of you guys. Yeah, there's people from the community that really like that we are finally showing our face and that they can talk to us. Yeah, so that's, I think, an update.
Awesome.
Any
Yeah.
questions? I
For the
haven't
update.
looked at the questions, but
Oh, Vlad talking to everyone. I don't think he meant to do that. Yeah, they shared some pics. Mel shared some pics of him out there at the
yeah,
event with you. Um, but yeah, Lewis coming in with some confirmation that these numbers are indeed good according to him. So yeah, so that's cool. Thanks.
yeah.
Thanks for sharing. And when's the next event that you guys are doing?
I think it's somewhere February. We
Okay.
are really engaging with a lot of projects, and especially the 25 partnerships. These are companies, think Deloitte, Ernst & Young, system integrators in Germany, in the Netherlands, that want to build on top of EOS and Antelope chains. And some of them, one particular said, this is everything you told me is very interesting. We have so many projects that failed on other protocols. We really want to dive into EOS because if it's true what you told me, then this protocol is very interesting.
Great. Well, yeah, looking forward to seeing some announcements, public announcements of some of this stuff, hopefully in 2023.
Absolutely.
And I hope you enjoy your 6 weeks off, I guess you have between conferences before you get back on the road.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of prep work, a lot of negotiation with the organizers.
Yeah.
And we are also, we want to talk to ENF some more on what to do and what not to do. There's work to be done on the ENV, so the venture part. Hope we can talk to Eve somewhere to see how we can help with that, because we have a lot of deal flow coming from these events. A lot of companies also that show interest in Pomelo or in grants or in funding in general for equity. So I think we can help with that as well.
All right, great. Well, thanks again for the update, Rhett. And I guess we'll expect another update in February sometime after those events, maybe.
I'll share the document that we have, or ask Inef to.
When it's
yeah.
available.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Let's get some anonymized data that we can
Yeah.
quickly see the impact, that these conferences are having. That'd be great. All right,
Okay.
at this point, we're gonna move on to Trimbot. Invite him onto the stage. I think he's ready. Had to convince him a bit by PM. But yeah, I'd love to hear from Trimbot share about the Substack, the new Substack he started this week.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. So like Steph said, I don't really have anything in particular to share. I posted sort of my thoughts over on Substack, and I hope if you guys haven't had the chance to read it, that you do give it a read if you're interested in the situation. Essentially, last week, for those who aren't aware, Block.one donated 500,000 EOS to Eden. And in a vacuum, I think that's a good thing. It's good to get money from Block.one into the hands of anything on EOS, because that would be, a big change of pace from Block.one. Historically, they have not done anything to support EOS, or done very little. But I had a problem with the way it was sort of represented to the community, in the sense that it was represented as if this was a donation done because they support decentralized governance, and that we should be thankful that Block.one is contributing, and so on and so forth. And that really bothered me, because from my vantage point, I was seeing through exactly what Block.one is doing. And it was really obvious to me what was going on from Block.one's perspective and why they chose to make this donation. And so I was pretty frustrated by the way it was presented to the community. And I think during the course of that, there was a lot of back and forth, which at certain points turned into, personal attacks or things that crossed the line in certain ways, between either myself or other community members and members of Helios, or other people who supported the donation, and so on. And so I sort of wrote the article to really clear the air and explain what my thoughts are. And so to sort of reiterate a little bit from that article, and just sorry, before I do that, I just wanted to clarify, like, I don't have any ill will towards the Helios people, to Barnes, Waxa, Brock, or anyone who, was involved in facilitating this. I don't think that you guys are, working for Block.one or something secret like that, and trying to, like, screw over EOS or anything along those lines. My point was essentially that I think in a certain way, Helios was being used by Block.one to the detriment of the EOS community. And so let's dig in a little bit to what I wrote about in that article. And so essentially, as everyone's really aware, when Block.one had the ICO, they made three major promises, but I'm going to focus on one promise of those three. And that was that Block.one would maintain the EOSIO code for a minimum of years. I linked to the source for that in the article. And what ended up happening is, less than 4 years after that promise was made, Block.one stopped maintaining and updating the software. And the date at which they stopped maintaining and updating the software was May 2021. And that date is actually very interesting, because if you look about what also happened around that same time, Block.one settled a class action lawsuit that dated back to the ICO, and was in relation to the promises made during the ICO. And when a class action lawsuit is settled, essentially, in certain circumstances, now this isn't a one-size-fits-all blanket rule, but it can apply this way. Essentially, what may happen is it absolves you of any future legal liability for the same sort of situation. And so in essence, I believe that Block.one, when they settled the class action lawsuit, felt that claims related to the ICO and the promises made during the ICO no longer are applicable, because they had settled and absolved themselves of any responsibility. So what they offered was a $25 million settlement. During the course of the ICO, Block.one made other promises other than maintaining the software. They promised to invest $1 billion directly into EOS projects. They offered or promised to deploy the majority of the capital earned through the token sale back into the hands of the innovators, as Brendan put it, which is essentially he was implying or stating directly that it would go into EOSIO ecosystem. Whatever those promises may have been, I think that everyone with sort of common sense can agree that Block.one did not adhere to them. But the most damning one is the lack of code updates, because that's not a subjective determination. That is a factual thing that you can see on the GitHub. When did they start or stop maintaining the code? And so again, May 2021. So that's a relevant date. May 2021, they stopped maintaining the code. If you look at Block.one's website, about a week or two after that, their last update to the code base, they announced that they settled the class action lawsuit tentative to a court's approval for $25 million. So tentative to the court approval, it was settled in their view, and they assumed, I suspect, that that was a rubber stamp, that it was guaranteed that the court was going to approve of it. I think everyone in their right mind, for the most part at least, assumed that was going to be the case. I assumed that was going to be the case personally. Fast forward to August 2022, a year later, and a judge threw out that settlement offer. They rejected it. And by rejecting it, they essentially had said or implied that now Block.one is back open to legal vulnerability. In other words, what Block.one believed was a closed case is now an open case. And so that happens in August 2022. About a week after that is announced, they make the transfer of funds from the account from Block.one to the account that would later disperse funding to Eden. The key of that timing being that transfer was not made until after the settlement was rejected. So if you haven't followed the case, you're probably wondering, okay, what's the big deal here and so on? So the settlement was rejected and then they made the transfer, whatever. Okay, so here's what's going on. In my opinion, this is what I think Block.one's legal strategy is. I don't know definitively. This isn't legal advice. This isn't a guarantee. I don't have direct knowledge of anything. But I believe what happened is Block.one felt that they no longer had to adhere to the promises they made during the ICO when they settled. To their surprise, the settlement was rejected. And then they felt very vulnerable to legal action because a door they thought was closed is now opened. As a result, they said, okay, well, what do we do here? I think one of the things that may have been happening beforehand, after, I don't know when, but they worked out this deal in conjunction with Helios to direct funds to Eden, which is a good thing. They probably, I suspect, in the future will make other donations along those lines, maybe funding Helios, maybe funding Pomelo, maybe funding the Antelope Coalition. That's what I expect to see from Block.one in the future. And I suspect they have roughly $25 million budgeted towards these type of endeavors. The reason I suspect they have $25 million budgeted is essentially because that is the amount they would have settled the class action for. In other words, they were willing to pay $25 million to absolve themselves of legal responsibility for the promises made during the ICO. But the promises made during the ICO is they would deploy billions of dollars. So they paid $25 million to not have to pay billions. That's a pretty good deal for Block.one. So some people said, okay, well, legally that doesn't absolve them of responsibility, that just because they make a donation doesn't prevent them from being sued or anything like that, and that's true. But I think one counter to that is that by sort of welcoming Block.one back into the EOS community, saying, shucks, we'll move on, we'll move forward, thanks for the support, and so on and so forth, that feeds into Block.one's plan. Because by doing so, they can demonstrate to a court they're accepted by the EOS community. They intend to fulfill the promises, it's just taking longer than maybe expected, and so on and so forth. So essentially, my point is that the community has a golden opportunity to get what they are owed back. But it sounds like Block.one is doing what they can to minimize the amount they return. And so that is really what I'm getting at. And sorry if that went on way too long.
No, that was great. That was great. Thanks for breaking down that article. I think you did a good job. I mean, my position is not a secret. I've been out there on the chats this week, in the Eden channels and the EOS channels, trying to understand why Block.one would do this. At first, the reasons that I was given by people in various Eden channels was, what, oh well, there's a blog, there's a press release, go read the reason that Block.one gave, which is they want to support decentralized governance and decentralized ways of choosing leaders or something like that, which does not fit at all with my reality of what I think Block.one is and what I think drives their behavior. And this reality of mine that I have of Block.one is, has evolved over many, many years and many interactions and many discussions with many community members that have corroborated what the way I interpret, Block.one and their intentions. And so, from what I've heard, uh, Brendan Bloomer manages his companies with an iron fist, as in like he has to sign off on a lot of decisions, doesn't really trust his team to make decisions without him, and so very centralized and authoritative. And then suddenly he's just like now a fan of decentralized governance and wants to donate to Eden, something that Block.one could have done for a long time, because Eden's been up for a long time now. Why now? And so those reasons never really made sense to me. And the reasons that Trimbot explains makes a lot of sense to me and really fits with my my understanding of reality and why certain actors do certain things and behaviors are driven by incentives. I think that's why a lot of us are in blockchain, uh because blockchain does provide incentives that you can see on chain, you can see the actions, and so to me that never really made sense. But the incentives that directs the behavior according to the opinion from Trimbot, to me that makes sense and feels plausible and likely.
And so, Stephanie, I just want to jump back in here quickly and say that to the Helios people, if you're listening or not listening, I want to be clear that I'm not accusing you guys of any wrongdoing. And I don't think that you guys have bad intentions either. I think you look at this very pragmatically and look at it as we have an opportunity to get some money from Block.one, and something is better than nothing. And by accepting some money from Block.one, we don't nullify any future legal action. That's what I assume the vantage point is inside of Helios when it comes to this matter. But I think what is very revealing is the timing of when Block.one made the transfer of funds. It indicates quite clearly to me that their incentive for following through, maybe they said a year ago we're going to make this payment. I don't know when the negotiation started. It's very likely the negotiation started well before the class action the settlement was rejected. I'm not denying that. I'm not saying that it was a reactionary move by Helios. I'm saying the fact that Block.one decided to go through with it just 5 days after the settlement was rejected, or at least make the transfer that would later go through with it, that is very revealing of why Block.one agreed to it. And it suggests to me that this is not a company making a financial donation out of the good of their hearts. That would be an enormous pivot for both Block.one and companies around the world to suddenly start caring about doing what's right, rather than acting out of self-interest. Their number one responsibility as a company is to their own shareholders. And so I think it's very unlikely that this was done out of generosity.
Stephane, I'm here if you'd like me to respond, otherwise carry on.
Anyone's free to jump in and share whatever they want at any time. I guess I want to echo a lot of what Trimbot said in terms of, I don't blame the Eden people for going out and trying to get more funds for Eden. That makes sense to me for sure. But there's a difference of, in my opinion, like, hey, we were able to rip some money out of Block.one's hands that we'll use for the benefit of EOS, and saying that Block.one has been an ally to EOS in the past, or is an ally to EOS now. If someone believes that, in my opinion, they have a vastly different understanding of reality than me, and I can't have someone like that doesn't share the beliefs that Block.one has behaved unethically towards the EOS community and has actively harmed the EOS community in the past. If we can't agree that in the past, that if we can't agree on that in the past, then I can't I can't vote for a person to represent me like that, in the Eden Eden community. But I can definitely see that there's a wide range of opinions, a lot of nuance, and there's going to be a whole spectrum of opinions that are going to be expressed over the next few weeks in this chat, in the chats on Telegram, on Discord, and then in the election on January 9th. I think the results of the election in January are going to be very interesting. I'm going to be in there. I'm going to be, sharing my perspective, and I expect, a lot of other Eden members are going to be out there as well. And if you don't agree with my perspective, doesn't mean I don't respect you, doesn't mean I don't like you. I'm totally fine being friends with people that don't believe the same things as me. I have a unique set of beliefs, I guess, that isn't matched by a lot of people in its entirety. And I have a lot of friends that believe all sorts of all sorts of crazy things, and I'm fine, and that's not a problem for me. So just want to put that out there as well.
Well,
I hope we can hear from
I'll
Wax.
quickly respond to you, Trimbot, since you mentioned Helios a few times. You said that Helios is being used at the detriment of the community. I don't see how we could possibly be used when we were the ones, well, Chris as an Eden member reached out to Block.one. With regards to all aspects and speculation upon timing, it was when we reached out to them. The agreement on the concept was pretty much straight away, and then the process of organizing the transfer was then put in place. There was no question of, is it going to happen or is it not going to happen? It wasn't put in a certain time frame for a particular reason. It was just when we made contact, that's when things were agreed upon, and then that's when they got put into motion. Coincidentally, there might be some correlation which you've aligned, which is fine, but that's not a decision that we made. We reached out to them at that time, and that's when it started happening. If that coincided with something else, fine. So I'll keep going. I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
Wax, can I just say one point real quickly?
No,
I'm going to give
you've talked twice now, so I'll go
Okay.
and then I'll let you respond fully at the end. So the next point was that this was done at the detriment of the community. Well, so far the Eden community has voted on a poll, and they all agree that it is not at all to their detriment. They've all agreed that it is a positive thing to have either continue working with B1 or to accept these funds with no strings attached. So there has been absolutely no obligation from Block.one on how we spend these funds as a community. The chief delegates rotate every 3 months. And as Stephane just said, the more members that join Eden and vote with their opinion, brilliant. And then we can have a fair consensus mechanism to determine how these funds are going to be spent for the community. Now, you mentioned that it's better to get funds from B1 as it doesn't prevent any entity suing B1. Well, yeah, I completely agree, so I can't see a negative there. You mentioned that you don't know when, and a lot of what you've put in your post is speculation, which is fine. I think it's important for people to discuss things that they're passionate about. As an ex-lawyer, I'm sure this topic is very interesting for you. But I do appreciate how you have also mentioned that you're not personally attacking the Helios team or members of Eden. And I think it's important for people in the community to start being more passionate about Eden. And if 500,000 EOS donated to the community starts that conversation, then fine. Trimbot, go ahead.
Great. So I just wanted to reply to your first 2 points because that's sort of where the contentious issue lies. I think that maybe I misspoke or maybe you misunderstood what my point was. And I don't believe that Helios did this out of a reaction to assist Block.one. I wanted to make that very, very clear. I believe that Block.one promised to Helios long before they made the financial transfer that they were going to follow through with it. Block.one has a long history of making promises and stringing people along and then saying something's changed. And so I wouldn't be surprised if back in January of 2022, Block.one said, yeah, no problem, we'll do this. It's just going to take some time for legal to sort through it and so on and so forth. But it's a real coincidence that Block.one didn't actually make the transfer until immediately after their class action settlement was rejected. I really have a hard time believing that was a coincidence of when they decided to authorize the transaction. Maybe they agreed in principle with Helios long before that date, but that's really the contentious issue, which suggests to me that Block.one's intention for following through with it was because of the class action settlement being rejected. It makes me wonder, had that class action settlement been accepted, would they have even gone through with this? It's very likely that they would have told Helios, yes, we're going to follow through with this, but would they have actually? I think that anyone who has ever experienced communicating with Block.one can tell you a story about a time they were strung along by Block.one and Block.one didn't follow through. So that was really the first point I wanted to make. The second point was what you brought up in regards to the eating community voted this doesn't act to the detriment of EOS. Again, accepting the donation is not to the detriment of EOS. Accepting the donation is something that I support, and I think really anyone in the right mind would support. If somebody offers you money for free with no quid pro quo, you would take that money, especially if you felt that that person offering you money is a bad actor and someone who you want to extract funds from. The part that I said was to the detriment of the EOS community is trying to get people to rally around this idea that Block.one is back, to get people to go out of their way and say, thank you, Block.one, to give them the positive PR that they're looking for, because that disproportionately benefits Block.one in a way that hampers the EOS community. If you believe that the EOS community was wronged at the very least, if you don't believe the EOS community was wrong, then you probably don't see anything wrong with it. That's really all I wanted to bring up.
So at no point were we promoting B1, but we were promoting the fact that on Eden as chief delegates, that Eden had received funds. So that's important for Eden. We have this now great potential. We have no risk of not receiving funds for a short period of time, so we can do whatever we like. Yeah. So at no point are we trying to support Block.one. All we're doing is amplifying the concept that, not even a concept anymore. There is no coming soon in this circumstance. There's no soon trademark. It's happened. I think that's an important thing to note as well. That in the past, yeah, we may have seen delays and things that didn't quite come into fruition as we would have hoped with regards to Block.one's decisions. So in this circumstance, they have materialized from what I've seen so far, working or communicating with B1 as being nothing but positive because they followed through with their decision. So I don't see the purpose in burning a bridge when you can build a relationship, keep something going, the community can benefit from that. And
Well,
if
actually,
there is a lawsuit, then what happens is you still get the same amount you'd be getting if you didn't have money coming from them right now.
Waxy, can you tell us when the negotiations with Block.one started and when they agreed to the transfer, when you believe that it was going to follow through, and so on and so forth? Just because you seem to have additional context that you think is relevant that I may be missing. And so
I
I'd
don't think I've
love
got
if you can
additional
share that.
context. Sorry, I missed the last bit there. I cut you off.
Oh, I just said I'd love if you can share it.
I don't have any additional context, I don't think, than what's already been put in the blogs. I'm not sure on the official date of when the communication happened with B1. That wasn't myself.
Fair. That's fair enough. But do you understand at least why it really looks suspicious? Not through the lens of Helios supported this. Ignore the Helios side of things. Just the fact that Block.one made this transfer immediately after this class action settlement was rejected. Doesn't that seem a bit suspicious to you, especially considering they stopped maintaining the code originally when they initially settled put two and two together, and it's sort of like it's really a no-brainer what's happening here, or an incredibly rare coincidence?
Well, I can see why you came to the conclusion you have, but from the way I see it, we reached out to them and the communication continued on from that point. So the correlation to time has nothing to do with anything else from the interactions that we've had with them.
Waxa, was this the first time you reached out to Block.one asking for something?
I personally didn't reach out to them, but yes, I believe so.
Right. So I've got a few rebuttals on a few of your points, Waxa. But first, I want to thank Waxa and Trimbot for staying so civil and professional and organized during this debate. I wish our nationally elected government officials would have debates like this. But so a few points actually there. Trimbot touched on most of these, but you mentioned that Block.one agreed on the concept right away. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I've had it. I've experienced it. I've heard from a lot of people. Oh yeah, Block.one strung me along. Oh yeah, they said funding was coming. Funding never came. Blah blah blah. So the fact that Block.one agreed on a concept right away without signing anything or doing a transaction on chain means absolutely zero, in my opinion, from my understanding of reality. You mentioned a voted on a Telegram poll. This poll has 40, 50 votes, and there's no way to know if people outside of Eden voted on this poll or not. So in my opinion, that cannot be used as any proof or indication of sentiment among Eden members on this topic. I would love to see better polling options for Eden members. I'm sure some people are probably working on something like that right now, where every Eden member has a one vote that they can do, and this can be done on chain. That would have a lot of legitimacy in my eyes. And I think, really we're going to find out on January 7 where people lie on the spectrum of all these opinions. And I hope for you guys out there that are listening right now, if you're not part of Eden, join in. It's very cheap right now. Prices might go up soon, but right now it's $3 to join Eden. So $3, a few minutes of your time, get on camera, say your name, say that you're gonna follow the rules of the community, and then you can, join on January 7th and vote and have your view expressed, right? So I think that's important. And then two other comments you made, you people highlight the fact that, hey, this donation is no strings attached from Block.one. I mean, if there were any strings attached, this donation would be the most hated thing, of all the community, no doubt about it. So the fact that there's no strings attached is not like a selling point. That's the really bare minimum required for such a thing to be even proposed, in my opinion. And you say no purpose on burning bridges in regarding to, hey, let's make sure B1 keeps donating value and assets to the EOS community, to the Eden community, because it does benefit EOS and Eden. And I agree that there is some benefit there. But in my opinion, that bridge is there regardless if we're nice or not to Block.one, because Block.one is scared. This is the first time that I feel like Block.one is scared. And, Sam Bankman-Fried is in jail right now. The US government is looking deeply into crypto frauds. In my opinion, the Block.one ICO was very sketchy, and there's definitely a lot that can be looked into. So I think that, the reasonings that Trimbot laid out in his article, that seems likely to me, that seems plausible to me. And so I don't think it matters how nice we are with Block.one in terms of, is Block.one going to, if they plan on donating more in the future, I don't think it matters what we say on Telegram, or in these Eden calls, really. I think, like Trimbot says, maybe they have a budget already, they've got a plan, or this was a one-time thing. Although if it was a one-time thing, it's very weird, and I don't understand the strategy behind that.
There's no way it's a one-time thing.
But either way, thanks Waxa for coming on and sharing your thoughts and sharing your opinion. And I've got nothing against you, and actually respect you for jumping on the mic here and yeah, being very professional about it.
Yeah, I wanna echo that. Thanks for the very civil conversation. That was excellent.
When I've been reading Telegram over the last 2 weeks or week and a half or so, this conversation is exactly how I pictured it in my head playing out if it was actually spoken and not in the Telegram chats.
Yeah, I think
Being
Telegram can get a
sarcastic.
little bit vitriolic.
I'm being sarcastic, of course. Telegram's been insane the last week and a half.
But it's exciting.
It is. I think Eden is the next election is going to be exciting. I hope to see. I think we'll see the most participation we've seen since the first Eden election. I'm not sure if it'll be more people participating than the first one, but I believe it will be higher participation than any of them since.
Definitely.
It should be. I mean, Stephane started right off with the correct commentary that he's going to get involved. And if I'll just say that you can't impact any of this because individually, no one in here likely has any effect on the lawsuit, whether or not it will go through or anything about it. So how can you impact any of this? Be it that Eden election, join Eden, get involved, because look at the highest donation on the Pomelo pitches. I mean, there's reason behind that. Not contribution. The contributions, not the estimated match. You want to get involved with that, or you're just going to be bitching about it in Telegram and Discord, and things are just going to happen to you.
And with this amount of money, like, your votes matter a fair amount even in round one. So I don't know, there's talk about lowering the percentage of this distribution. Right now it's 15% a month. Maybe that's too high with such a large treasury. maybe goes down to 8%, maybe 5%. I don't know. Who knows exactly? I think the current CDs are talking about that right now, but still going to be a couple thousand EOS, I think, from my rough math. At least for all level one elected representatives. So that's a full-time salary in many cities around the world. So it's going to be interesting to see the increased turnout. And if you want to voice your opinion on on everything that's going on here in the EOS ecosystem with Block.one and Eden and the donation and all that, your vote matters. Joining that ecosystem, you can directly decide which person in your random group of 4, 5, or 6 people is going to get thousands of EOS to further, the cause that they believe in. So yeah,
It's not
right
just
now.
that. Look at that Pomelo pitch. There's potential for a lot more than some pennies added to your account. There's a reason that Pomelo pitch is doing so well, and I would guess at what could happen to Eden if Block.one were interested in them, right?
Well, when I was doing my donations yesterday, I removed a few donations that I may have donated to before that are like focused on building Eden, specific tech, because I figure Eden has that budget now, and I hope that these devs that want to build all these stuff on Eden show up at the election, get elected, get the funds needed to build out those tools. So I think it's very nice that there's now a pool of funds the way I see things, right? That can be allocated to those Eden dev costs, and then the Pomelo can use their funds to support other types of grants and stuff that are less likely to be supported Eden. And there's just more diversity of funding, which I think is great for the ecosystem.
Absolutely. Even without Block.one, let's say the SPAC fails and a lawsuit goes on and Block.one says, you know what, I'm going to take my ball and go home and we'll fight it out in court. See you. Don't want to be involved at all. It's very likely that Eden has other tokens coming their way. So even without 80 or 90 million EOS from Block.one, it's Eden will be something important to evolve it. That's the only reason I've been harping the past few weeks on get involved with Eden, make it better than it is, quit bitching about it, or you'll just get steamrolled by it. So it's really in everyone's hands and interest to make it what they want it to be.
If you're not in Eden right now and you consider yourself, as part of the community, you can definitely bet that whoever, wins on January 7th, the Eden elections are going to say that they represent the voice of the community. It's not the entire community, it's a part of it. I don't know how many people are going to show up. I think last elections it was like 75 or something like that. If it's only 75 people showing up, you don't really have a right to say that you represent the EOS community, in my opinion. You're probably going to get more than that this time. If it's 150, they have a more legitimate claim on that. So, make sure your voice is heard, whatever your interpretation of reality and the recent donation, get in there, make your voice heard, put your vote.
Representation of the community. Like one of the things we've said and repeated is for Eden to represent the community, there needs to be multiple Edens representing different language groups so that they could reach consensus amongst their groups as well. And going back to the late summer, we, as the ENF, had created, I guess, small group chats with the leadership within like Eden Korea and Eden China, because they were the two furthest along as far as deploying their own Edens. And the ENF had made commitments to them to donate a non-insignificant sum to their treasuries at the tune of a similar number to what the original Eden got last year, denominated in EOS. And the requirements from them were to essentially run a test election, multi-sig their keys, and basically get themselves prepared for a real election with real value at stake. Those conversations have kind of gone cold. So the most recent messages in either of those groups were early October, late September. So one of the things that did come out of this recent donation, and that I do appreciate, was Chris Barnes did say that he will be using the majority of his extra funds to help stand up those other Edens. So I do appreciate that. I think that's a huge, huge step in the right direction, because if we do want this Eden experiment to play a bigger role in the EOS ecosystem, which the ENF has always stated was something that we stood behind and wanted to support, this is the right way to go about it. The more Edens, the more participants across all of them, the better it will be, and the more representative, the better it'll be a better representation of the EOS community than it is today. Right now, it represents a very small subset, as far as the active people currently, a small subset of, let's say a subset, I won't even say small, of the EOS community that's mostly speaks English in the West and Europe and North and South America. Whereas there's a lot of other large token holders, large communities that aren't being represented. And I think the standing up more Edens, if that's one of the benefits that comes out of this donation, then I would say that that's a positive. I don't think anyone will argue that that having extra money for Eden is a bad thing. I kind of align with what Trim said about the I don't know, being overly gracious and thankful over it. I think what was kind of what rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But generally speaking, the donation I see as being a positive. I think this next election, I'm really excited for it. I will be campaigning for the first time, and all of the previous elections, I had only basically bowed out in the first round. Mel Purse could speak to that. I remember my group wanted me to move along in the first election, and I refused to go forward. But in this particular one, January 7th, I will be campaigning and hopefully making it all the way to the end for a board seat.
A bit late on the sound effects.
Well, this has been a very inspiring discussion, and I'd like to share a couple of thoughts about it too. This is Dancing Joy again. First off, I'll add, Zack, that's awesome. So I really appreciate your support with the ENF for Eden and Fractal Governance, and I think that's really cool that you're running to be chief delegate too. So really excited about that, and I hope you become a chief delegate. I'm a huge fan of your work. Obviously, we haven't spoken as much as we used to back on the DAP calls, but I'll definitely be rooting for you in the upcoming election, and I'm happy to hear that. And then I'll also add too. So I'm very inspired by this discussion, and I appreciate the thoughtful and civil conversations. It's really interesting to hear what everybody thinks. And I'd like to also take a moment to reflect on this conversation, offer an opportunity to refocus our attention in a way that I think is more helpful for the community and everyone in general. I was actually writing out a little message to Stephane that I'll plan on sending later, and just with some more thoughts, but I'll keep it brief here. So we've been talking for Block.one and the donation and court case and all sorts of things now I think over half hour or so. And before I know I had a lot. I know I had 3 announcements before, which is a lot to share at once. But the last announcement and the second announcement that I wanted to share, and all 3 of them really, because they're all about the same kind of thing. These are genuine innovations that several amazingly talented builders in the EOS community have been working on for months, and greatly help people cooperate and solve a lot of the problems that are caused that solve a lot of problems in the world, and also are at the root of the problems with Block.one and the EOS community that happened over the past years and so forth. So they're super helpful innovations, and I felt like I was kind of rushed. Maybe I didn't go about it in the best way. Maybe I should have reached out to Stephane in advance before I spoke. But I felt like I was kind of rushed. I only got maybe 5 or 6 minutes to speak totally, and I know it's kind of out of nowhere. And I got a timer on there, and I wasn't able to share the 3rd announcement. I only got to share the first 2 announcements really. And there wasn't much discussion about it. Wasn't much engagement about it, even though it's a really profoundly helpful innovation. What this is with Eden plus Fractal, and also the Valendes and the new moderation system. These are things that can really help communities cooperate. Stephane mentioned a couple minutes ago that it'd be really helpful, or something along the lines of a tool to help measure the opinions of the Eden community, and how the Telegram poll isn't the best measure of consensus to see who cares, because that's obviously open to Sybil attack, and there's lots of other problems too. In many ways, one person, one vote isn't the best if it's not done in a fractal manner. If it's just like a random, like everybody can vote in one poll. So the Eden Fractal community is pioneering solutions to this with and the Eden plus Fractal process that I released a new interview about with Das, and then also the new proposal that Das created today for a moderation system and a proposal to optimize the hour after breakout rooms after the Eden plus Fractal process. So I wanted to just bring that up and just share my thoughts about that. I think that this is an important and helpful thing for the EOS community to discuss and think about. And so I ask everybody to think about it. I mean, I'm very interested in discussions with Block.one. I'm interested to hear what everybody thinks, and I see and understand a lot of the perspectives. Personally, I'm here to build. I'm here to innovate and create really helpful things. So I understand there are a lot of good reasons to discuss Block.one, but I feel like we've been discussing Block.one and the past and some things that are to some extent out of our control for a while. And meanwhile, there's innovations that we're not paying as much attention to as we could be. And so we want to keep focusing on the past, or we want to foster a culture of innovation and discuss things that are that we can create in cooperative processes and fun content and consensus games. And so I'm here to do the second mostly. I'm interested in the first discussion somewhat, but I'm really excited about what we can build with EOS. And EOS is an incredibly helpful tool, and there's many amazing people in the EOS community who are doing super, super helpful work for both everybody in EOS and the world as a whole. And so I'd ask that people focus on building awesome things together. Thank you.
Good speech, Dan. Let me clear up a few things regarding the fireside schedule. Joe Louis here, saying in the chat that the detour into the Eden Fractal was unexpected. The agenda is a suggestion, doesn't have to be followed rigorously. However, we do oftentimes try to get guests on the show to talk about their projects, and sometimes these guests do have time constraints. So I try to take that into the consideration when I'm building the schedule, make sure the guests are on time, etc. So for like Dan, when you jumped in there earlier, we were about to go to Rhett. He was like on deck, ready to go. And then, so that's kind of why sometimes I like to follow the schedule. There's always the open mic community section at the end of the show. So if you can wait for that section of the show, then maybe you won't get the hurry up sound effect played when you talk. And if you want, if there's something that you want to, talk about on the show, you can always reach out to me before the show during the week. Hey, can I have 10 minutes to talk about this topic or whatever it is? And then we can see where it fits in the schedule. But either way, during the community open mic section, that's always open to anyone for them to share their projects. And I'm not gonna cut off people at that point. If people get bored and we lose our retention rate, and people can just leave the show at that point, so I feel like oftentimes people join for a lot of the topics that are highlighted on the agenda. So that's kind of why I like to get to those first. But either way, Dan, appreciate you jumping in and sharing your thoughts for sure.
Thanks,
Actually,
Stephane.
and then one point of your speech there that I wanted to disagree with is that you say that talking about Block.one is things that are out of our control, and why waste time on things we can't control. And I agree with that sentiment of don't worry about things you can't control, because there's no point. It's just worry and there's no upside. However, the situation with Block.one, we can control, and we do have impact for sure, a lot of impact. So the fact that anyone related to any company from Block.one and Bloomer has to go full restrictive comments on Twitter, because if they tweet about any projects related, they get the horde of the EOS community reminding everyone where that money came from that they used to build those products. That's very helpful to the EOS community, in my opinion. So it's definitely not completely out of our control. And staying on top of the fact that, hey, we think Block.one did us wrong and they owe us a lot more than 500,000 EOS, I think is very important. And that's going to be part of my, I don't know, proposal or belief system going into Eden. But anyways, so that was just the one thing I wanted to point out there from your speech.
Well, thank you very much for the perspective and for sharing that as well. So yeah, we can talk about those details at another time, and I appreciate your perspective. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly respond also to what you're saying with the timing. So yeah, sorry, I normally wait until the end if I want to give a speech, but it seemed like there was a good opportunity, being that we just talked about Pomelo. So that's why it seemed like there was a good lead in. So that's why I jumped in there rather than jumping in later. But I appreciate that you want to stick to the schedule too. So in the future, I'll reach out to you in advance if I want to share any big announcements. And thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, you guys can reach out to me on Discord or Telegram while the show's going on. I'm likely going to see those messages, and then we can coordinate there as well.
Okay, sounds great. And yeah, sorry if I did go too long and held up Rhett or anything like that. I apologize if I did that.
No, it's
But
all good. I hate cutting off people, but I think sometimes it has to be done for the greater good. But I hate doing it.
I'm gonna cut you off right now.
There you go.
So I just posted in the chat here. There's a new Learn portal. It just launched basically today. This is the start of the video courses Learn and Earn. You heard it here first. We haven't even posted about it anywhere else yet. And this is really not only intended for ENF internal. As you can see, there's a lot of courses which are also legacy, but a lot of this stuff is meant for people within the community to come on and try to bring light to their own things that they're creating, content creators. So if you have educational material that you're wanting to create, now's the time. We will help evangelize you as you help evangelize the network.
Great, thanks Nathan for jumping on. Any thoughts about the rest of the conversation that's been going on that you'd like to share with the community?
It's a lot. It's a lot. I think you guys all know I come from a very specific place with Block.one. I'm trying to stay a little bit out of it.
I don't know. Can you maybe explain that place of yours with Block.one?
I mean, Block.one strung us along, us being Scatter, strung us along for quite a long time. And it wasn't great conversations that we ended up having. I don't want to see it happen again. I don't like not learning from my past. And I think we just need to be careful. I don't really want to go into any more detail on that.
That's cool. That's good enough. One of my first reactions, emotional reactions when I heard this news, I don't know with who I shared it, but I was like, feels like an abusive partner that I got rid of suddenly just sends me a rose by mail, and it's like, why are you doing this? What's going on? Like, I thought we were done, we were moved on, we accepted whatever it is that happened, and then they're like, just why are they doing this? That was my first emotional reaction.
I had thousands of conversations at physical events over the last couple of months. And overwhelmingly, like when explaining to people the narrative, like it was a good thing to where we were at. Like we weren't talking about Block.one anymore. We had moved on. We had gone our separate ways, and we had come to terms that uh, the network needed to go on its own path, and that's the path that we had been on since last December. So it definitely came as a shock to me as well. We'll see what happens next, but I share your sentiments.
Yeah, I very much had the same feeling.
It's very divisive.
I'll just throw another log on the fire of Genesis involvement since even before launch, actually, and like a lot of you guys probably. But I've never heard a different story than what Nathan and Zack mentioned numerous times. What Stephane says in the chat here, that they didn't even agree to talk to him. I mean, I was deeply involved with conversations with the PVE while they were trying to get Power Up running and other initiatives. And that was like one of the saddest things to see, that them getting involved with Block.one took that group of great people out of the ecosystem. Like they just couldn't be involved with EOS anymore because of how difficult their involvement at Block.one was trying to get something across the line. So I'll just one last time reiterate, even if you think they're going to be gone and uninvolved, which they may very well be, that might be their future. Eden is likely to be an important player at some point because other people are interested in it for any number of reasons. A lot of the foreign communities don't seem to have as close an understanding as the native English speaking communities when it comes to why is Brendan such a challenging conversation in the Western groups? Why is Dan Larimer such a challenging personality for the Western people in the EOS chat groups? I've thought about it a lot. Why are they such fans in a lot of these foreign groups of these people? It seems so clear cut for us, but I can only assume it's something lost in translation over the years. So while we're all in here with maybe 50 or 60 people and we're like, yeah, this was our experience too, there's large portions of the community that don't understand that experience, and so they're pushing in different directions, and they'll be part of Eden too. So you just need to bring bodies to Eden if you want to be involved in the future. I think this isn't like some doom saying thing like you better do this or something bad's happening. I'm just saying you don't want to be having things happen to you because you think everyone's on board with your perspective when we're 50 people in this group.
Let's see some ones in the chat if you're already in Eden. Let's see some zeros if you're not and you don't plan on joining, and let's see a plus if you're not in yet but you want to get in there before January 7th. A lot of ones, couple pluses. Love seeing those pluses. I mean, not exactly the most unbiased sample of the EOS community we have here with all the OG regs of the EOS Fireside. So I'm not not really surprised by these results. But yeah, hopefully we get a good turnout on January 7th.
Like for reference, I was gone 2 days and I looked at the EOS main group, as we call it, which is other people call it the global group. And in 2 days, I missed like 700 messages, and it was after Trimbot's Medium post or Substack post and Eve retweeting it. 750, I think, combined between EOS and the Eden on EOS group, maybe 1,000 at best. And in two of the Asian groups that I'm kind of referencing with my past comment that don't necessarily understand our discontent with previous founders had multiples of those messages. Like you can't imagine that the Western EOS groups are the core of the community. Maybe for a moment, but I think it's important to keep that in mind.
So to address some of that, we all, I think, know what and understand what you said. The ENF. So we've always had ENF China. We have a trusted partner called dBoost. We have a similar relationship to them as we do with Zysan for the conferences. dBoost is a trusted partner that represents the ENF in China. Myra Wang, OG in EOS, she's kind of the CEO of it and has a team of over 10 people working full-time in EOS. But they're not necessarily internal to the ENF. We just hired our community manager for the Chinese community. She started on Monday. Many of you may already know her. Her name is Beatrice Wang. She's been with Start EOS for the last 3 years or so. She stepped down from that position to join the ENF. One of her top initiatives with the ENF will be to organize the block producers and coordinate the initial plan is monthly summits with the block producers, going all out on the internationalization of these meetings, meaning either audio in real time in everyone's ears in their native language, and or native best-in-class subtitles at the bottom using AI to translate everything in their language, monthly updates on everything that the ENF has been doing, what's going on in the EOS community. We will be inviting community leaders from outside of the ENF, obviously, teams leading things such as, let's say, Pomelo or any of the working groups. And every month we will coordinate these summits. It'll be open to questions and answers. And I'm really looking forward to it. It's she just started on Monday. It's going to take a little bit of time to prepare, but I'm really excited to share that information and that news.
Sweet, more EOS events and content. All right, do we talk about a couple other quick topics before calling it a night? We're already above the 2-hour mark. What else do we have here? We've got a poker tournament coming up this weekend. So we're organizing the second edition of the EOS Community Poker Tournament going on this Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Let me get some promo materials for you guys here. Share in the chat. There's a little sign up form for everyone to go fill out, and then you send me a message on Discord, and that's how you get to play. So buy-in is free. There's no cost. All you got to do is have an EOS account, join the Discord server, and then send me a PM, and then I'll be sending out the tournament link and personal invite code for everyone in the 2 hours leading up to the tournament on Sunday. So there's 500 EOS to be won that you cannot keep, unfortunately, but you can donate to a grant. This is outside of the matching pool, just a straight old classic donation to public good on EOS. So if you're a grant creator, you can definitely get in there and try to win some EOS to donate to your grant. There's also a bunch of NFTs. Everyone who participates will get pop tokens, tons of party crackers, tons of new NFTs we're doing for the community, promos, Pomelo astronauts, all sorts of good stuff. And yeah, overall it's a pretty good time. I think I may be able to play this time around. Excited about that. Tournament's going to last about 2 hours or so, depending on how many people show up, of course. But yeah, so send me a PM on Discord. That's basically the first step to get in here, or fill out the sign up form as well, which explains the sign up. So there's you can play from any device, any mobile, desktop, Windows, Apple, whatever it is. PokerNow.club, very easy to create a free account from any of these devices and jump in. You can hang out with us on voice chat if you want. If you want to trash talk your fellow EOS community members as you bluff them or bluff catch them, highly encouraged. Or you can just be playing on your phone there while doing whatever it is you do on Sundays. That's fine too. Yes, and then other than that, there's another community promotion EOS holiday giveaway that was announced this morning on the ENF's Twitter account. Let me find that link. So we're helping ENF run this promo, kind of combining a lot of the EOS dApps that exist out there into a fun little promo, giving away 1,500 EOS worth of prizes on top of all these cool NFTs that are custom made for this contest. We got prizes and surprises for you guys. Is the prizes. There's 3 weeks of contests. Prizes get better every week. And so yeah, just follow the EOS Network Foundation Twitter account for more details and to join that contest. Yeah, let me share the link here to the poker club. Pokernow.club is the platform we use. All right. If anyone has anything they want to share, community open mic. It's kind of been already community open mic for a while. Just making it official. Get in there, share your updates, ask your questions, share your thoughts. There's obviously, I would love to hear from more people on what they think, even if it's to echo some sentiments from people, or if it's to add a nuanced perspective, or something you disagree with, something we said. Get in there, share your opinion with the community.
Hey, this is Andrew Drew Buck. I
Robot
just
style.
all right now.
You're a bit giving off a bit of a robot vibe.
Okay, well, I'll just say donate to Pomelo. I'll see
There
if
you
I
go.
can figure out my robot issues here.
Donate to Pomelo. Only, what is it, 12, 15, 17 hours or so? I don't know. 19 hours. I should just check the Pomelo website. It tells me right there how many hours left. No, I don't see the countdown. Anyways, over 12 hours left. Not long. Get in there. Donate. Realize that, these matching amounts that you see here is going to change potentially significantly, potentially not. I don't know. I'm not part of the team that does the Cybele analysis. But yeah, good luck to everyone on Pomelo.
I just want to check real quick. Am I still a robot?
Definitely a robot on low battery right now.
Dang it. Okay.
Hey, Stefan, do you mind a B1 question? I don't know if Trimbot is still around. Is that okay?
Go for it. For sure, it's okay. We'll see who's around. We'll see who wants to answer.
Trimbot, are you around? I really wanted to just ask him. He used the word detriment a lot, and it's still unclear to me kind of what the detriment is. I guess from my own perspective, I'm wondering if there's value. The community, as we have it here, is very diverse, and there's a lot of different personalities. And what's the detriment? What's the downside of having a good cop, bad cop relationship with B1? The lawsuit, Trimbot has already said that a $500,000 donation to Eden is not going to change the trajectory of a lawsuit worth billions and millions of dollars. And there's a lot of speculation that happened, or there's a lot of speculation in his article. A lot of it is, I think, fair. I mean, it's kind of people naturally will find patterns in things, and a lot of it, sort of strikes me personally as sort of the natural tendency for people to find patterns, and that's how conspiracies theories come about, right? It's a lot of us is just kind of guessing and finding sort of coincidences and things we don't know, and so in that case, like, what if there's a group of people in the community that continues to receive money from B1? Some might call it extracting, some might call it, just receiving the money and being able to do good things with it. Zack was, very frank in saying there's a positive, and some people just are naturally going to say thank you to something that is positive, but that might have a sort of a more complex past to it, But and some people would see that money and disagree with it, and they might see it as B1 trying to leverage something or trying to sneak something by the community. But in either case, like, what's the harm, I guess, in some members of the community having a relationship with B1 and getting money that we know at the end, in either case, is going to benefit EOS as a whole? So if we're not undermining a lawsuit that could possibly pump billions of dollars into the ecosystem, that's moving forward, nevertheless, regardless. Then kind of I'm scratching my head and trying to understand what the detriment is.
Yeah, so I'm back on mic. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think I caught what you said. I may have missed parts of it, so I apologize if this doesn't totally answer your question. But just so I understand what your question is, your question was essentially, what is the downside to sort of accepting the funds? I don't think there's a downside to accepting the funds. But if your question is, what is the downside to sort of like welcoming Block.one back, sort of saying thank you, giving them the sort of positive PR and taking our foot off the brake, per se, in terms of pressuring them to uphold their commitments, that benefits Block.one for 2 or 3 different reasons. So one of the reasons it benefits Block.one is because realistically, there's a court of law, but there's also a court of public opinion, and both of them are very influential. The court of public opinion does, regardless of what people will tell you, it does impact the court of law, and vice versa. And so essentially, if you put your foot off the gas, you give them breathing room. You make it easier for them to follow through with things that benefit them but hurt EOS. So, for example, completing what I believe is, in a sense, laundering the money through Bullish. You give them the ability to sort of like normalize what they are as a company, and the opportunity to sort of say, like, we didn't do anything wrong. It's almost as if, like, if you look at like Jeff Epstein, for example, and I know this sounds like a crazy conspiracy. I don't want to get into a crazy conspiracy. But my point being, the public pressure on the authorities to reprimand Jeffrey Epstein was immense. His crimes were known for a really long time. It was in the public, but there wasn't really the motivation and momentum behind it. And that motivation and momentum behind it is a big deal. Second, I hope that this situation is resolved amicably. I mean, if somebody did something illegal and criminal and winds up in jail, that's horrible for them, but it's probably justice. But absent that, I think it's better for everyone involved that there's a real settlement reach rather than following through with legal action. Legal action is a really long time. It's really expensive. It's really, draining. And there's a lot of ways to sort of circumvent the process and to make the sort of plaintiff's life miserable in the whole situation too. Lastly, on top of that, positive PR is necessary for Block.one right now. They're getting annihilated with negative PR, and that's why they showed vulnerability by making the donation. So really what I guess the detriment is to EOS, if I was really going to summarize this answer into one specific, like, pinpoint it, the detriment is the EOS community risks normalizing a donation of a few $1 million rather than going through the jugular and getting what they are owed, which is many millions, if not billions of dollars. And so it doesn't ipso facto prevent legal action.
I would like to add to that. So I'm with the ENF, I'm their senior growth marketing manager. I have no background with Block.one or the ENF, no history with either of them, coming with a clean slate. One of the things that I read about EOS when I was getting into the ecosystem was how Block.one had failed them. And there's a whole bunch of negative PR around Block.one. So from a marketing PR perspective, the longer we continue to associate with Block.one, the more Block.one continues to be featured in the media in association with EOS, the higher the likelihood we will deter new entrants to the ecosystem. So I'm not saying this to attack Block.one. I don't know anyone from Block.one. It's just more from a marketing PR standpoint. The more we associate with them, the more risky it is that people will not want to associate with EOS.
Doors have been opened up since breaking away from them in December. The media, for example, hates Block.one, the crypto media. And it took a lot of educating, like CoinDesk, Cointelegraph, The Block. It took a lot of conversations with these journalists and educating them that EOS is not Block.one, because they were so closely tied together for the longest time that we've been carrying that burden and that reputation around with us. So thank you for speaking up, Winnie. Like, I appreciate your perspective as an outside person coming into the ecosystem, because you don't have the history that we all have, but you're seeing it from a completely independent perspective.
Yeah, and to be honest, it actually almost deterred me from even wanting to work in this ecosystem, just reading what I read about Block.one. So imagine community members.
That's a great point. I think that with one of the most important parts of the EOS story, one of the ways of EOS really, sort of launching itself back into the top 10, the technology is awesome. The community is great. There's a lot of different great things, but the story, there's nothing more powerful than the story. The story powers it. And I think that this story has multiple potential different next chapters. And if the next chapter is that, the EOS community was wrong and sort of just did whatever, it kind of it's okay, like you move forward and so on, and maybe you still make that comeback. But most people in the industry go, that's fucking pathetic. And I think that it is pathetic. I think we can all agree it's pathetic. Someone made the analogy of abusive, spouse or someone like that. I think that's a great analogy. Now, if Block.one wants to adhere to their commitments, I would be willing to reconsider sort of my hard line towards Block.one. But until they do so, we can't sort of give them a free pass by doing the least painful route for them when we have other options. And so rather than looking at this, in my opinion at least, as option A is we get a little bit of money from Block.one, and option B is we get in this long-winded fight, it distracts everyone, and maybe one day we get something. I don't look at the option as that binary sort of two choices. I actually look at it as something different. The two choices are Block.one pays very little or Block.one pays a lot. But either way, this ends with Block.one paying. And when you look at it through that vantage point, it's pretty clear that you want to get most money possible rather than the least money possible. By normalizing it, accepting it, we get the least money possible because they don't have an incentive to do anything other than to string us along, which they're very good at.
I'm sorry, the gal who chimed in, I really appreciate your perspective. And Trim, articulate as ever. I guess, is it binary like that? I mean, I guess that's what I'm struggling with. I mean, if it's a lot of money plus a little money, isn't that better than a lot of money or a little money? I mean, if it's like a billion plus 500K or a billion, I guess I don't understand the. I mean, point taken about extracting, taking B1 out and then that being well received by the community and narrative driving adoption and sentiment. That's huge, and I totally agree with that. It's the lawsuit side, or I guess from your perspective, Trimbot, the side of like engaging with one somehow undermines the course of the lawsuit is where I you kind of lose me. But overall, I think everyone is well intentioned, and I think the points more recently made are very well taken. Thank you.
Yeah, let me give a brief follow-up to that. So the first one regarding the lawsuit, how it's undermined, it's not actually undermined as in it's nullified. It's just undermined in the sense that if you go to the court and say, hey, they promised to, be a part of the ecosystem and to reinvest in it and so on and so forth. And then they go, what do you mean? We just donated 500K here, 500K there, 500K there, and we intend on following through with our promises. It's just taking us longer than expected. I mean, everybody knows they're lying through their teeth. But that's the argument they will make. I don't know whether or not a court will even buy that argument because there's too much, objective fact to show otherwise, such as code not being maintained.
Yeah, totally, Trim. I mean, I'm sorry, you're a lawyer. I'm not. I mean, so I mean, I don't know how the legal system works to that, so sort of that finite degree. I mean, wouldn't the lawsuit sort of be up to a certain point, for example, or let's say if B1 says to the judge, and I have no idea how this works, but I'm just speculating here. Like if B1 says to the judge, hey, we gave $500,000, we sprinkled $500,000 all around the ecosystem. And we will continue doing so. If they do that in a court of law in front of a judge, I mean, the room for continuing to string the community along as they have done, and I have no qualms about all their failings, right, in the past. But at the point where it's said in a courtroom, there's a completely different threshold, I would imagine, than Brendan Bloomer standing on a stage and pontificating about throwing down $1 billion into the ecosystem. It's totally different, right? We're talking about night and day. And so like a lot of your argument around the legal ramifications of things, I'm just not tracking, but I really appreciate, I think, how you put things together. I'm just not tracking that. But the sentiment narrative side of things, and the gal and Zack who spoke up, I buy that. That makes a lot of sense to me.
My name is Winfred.
Thank you, Winfred. I appreciate it.
And so let me get back to the legal side of things, because you can't really predict the exact legal situation because there's so many different angles by which you could go after Block.one. One of the many ways is through the class action lawsuit. All we know is that Block.one is maybe not 100% clearly, but seems very likely that they seem to be a little bit fearful based off of their actions. And there's a saying sort of when you're in these types of negotiations where they're adversarial that when you have leverage, use it. And Block.one had leverage and used it against the EOS community. For the first time in a very long time, the EOS community now has leverage against Block.one. That's sort of the reality of what happened by the class action lawsuit being rejected. So if you don't trust me or don't believe me or agree with me, maybe just ask yourself, what actually motivated Block.one to make this decision? Do you think it really came from the good of their hearts, or is it coming from a place of fear? And I can't say definitively it came from a place of fear, but I can speculate that it's very likely that it came from a place of fear.
I think the response of some folks would be like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Right? I mean, let's say it did come from fear. Let's say that all of a sudden, as you say, the judge rejecting the settlement has driven them to have to strategize and how to deploy $25 million that they've already budgeted for. Great, right? So now they're going to continue sprinkling $500,000 here and there, and yet the ENF lawsuit's going to persist.
Right.
And that will not be affected one way or another. And so you have a few community members who are willing to engage with Block.one, who have maybe ulterior motives, who are now being driven by fear to show to whoever, right, that they're now a good player, but it doesn't, like in either case you actually kind of make away with more rather than less. But again, that's aside from the narrative argument, which I am totally in agreement with.
Yeah, so let's just focus on the points he made, because I think it's there's room for both sides of the debate. I just presented my perspective, and I was hoping that if anyone had a contrarian perspective, they could share it and we could discuss it like we've done today. And so this is good. So you made the point, like what's the actual upside into pressuring them? And I guess that's really the source of your question. You're of the belief that, or you're suggesting that this doesn't impact the lawsuit, so this is just the cherry on top. And I think there's some truth to that, but really what it is it's the motivation, the time frame, and the amount. And so if they think that they can get by with $25 million and string us along over 3 or 4 years, that's in their benefit. But if they really feel pressure, if they really think, you know what, we're kind of fucked here, like we have no choice but to give in, are they really going to fight this long legal battle, drag their feet, make everybody at the ENF or whoever else is participating in the lawsuit life a living hell in between then and now? Or instead, are they just going to say, you know what, this isn't worth the fight for us. Like, let's just do what we promised. It sucks, but our alternative is to be forced to do that and then lose on top of that. So there's sort of both sides. Like the fact that they're trying to go public with bullish, this negative PR from the EOS community was listed directly as a risk factor in their prospectus that they filed with the SEC for the merger. It tells you very clearly that they are worried about this. Like they can't get away from it. I think that FPAC merger has been delayed largely because of the momentum created by the EOS community. Not saying that's the only reason. It may actually not be factually accurate either. I'm just speculating, but it seems quite likely, especially considering they listed that as a risk factor. So when you have leverage, if you want to use it for your own gain to reach the resolution that you would otherwise still reach, but it would take 10 years to reach, it's probably a better thing to get it done now.
And I just wanted to add, when it comes to driving adoption of products, there is nothing more significant than storytelling. It's the narratives that we tell. It has nothing, product adoption has nothing to do with the features. It typically has to do with the narratives. So as long as we continue to involve Block.one in this narrative, and as long as Block.one has that history of not delivering for EOS, it makes it a lot harder for the people who are doing marketing, for the people who want to drive adoption, for the people who want to bring EOS to the whole world to do their jobs. And again, this is not an attack on Block.one. I do not know a single person from Block.one, and clean slate, coming with a clean slate.
Lucky you. I wish I knew
Well,
anyone from Block.one.
So you don't know anyone currently at Block.one. As many of you know, like a lot of the employees at the ENF, from the engineering to some of the marketing to all over the organization, come from Block.one. So like we're not coming into this blind and only speaking from the outside. Like we have personal opinions like that weigh on us too, of what things were like on the other side, and it was vastly different than our side. So just keep that in mind too, because I, throughout like the last week and a half of seeing all of the chats, I never saw that part factored in, and that's a very important factor to me personally, because I only knew my side of the story for the last 5 years, but hearing the other side, it honestly made it worse, if you could believe that. And like someone, Joe Louis brought up like EOS New York earlier. Like being at Block.one like crushed Kevin Rose's soul. Like I don't think I could like even explain how like palpable that was when speaking to him towards the end, because the end of his tenure at Block.one was literally like a month after the ENF was launched. So like I don't know.
I think it's also. Go ahead,
Go ahead.
Zach. I was
No,
just gonna
I'm
say,
good.
I think it's also important that we distinguish between things that we're unhappy about with from Block.one, but is not illegal, and the things that they did that is unethical and illegal and immoral. Like those are the things we need to be focusing on more than the Block.one said this but didn't do it quite as much, or I was hoping they were going to do that. Like everybody has complaints with companies that they deal with or whatever that might be, and that's fine. Like they don't have to be perfect. There's sometimes, or maybe Brennan's a shitty CEO. I don't know. Like those types of things, I think we have to lump into one bucket. And in another bucket, we have to put along into this caused severe damages in a lot of different ways to a lot of different people for different reasons. And when somebody illegally causes damages, typically that can be both civil and maybe criminal action. And I think that there's a lot of talk about, is what some executives at Block.one did both criminal and civilly, like illegal. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the situation develops over the next however long. My point is really that I hope if you at least read the article, you understand why I think it's important to pressure and not to just say thank you and accept handouts, because they will probably not be too reluctant to hand out 25 million. But if they're pressured enough, that might be 250 or 500 million in a pretty short time period.
It's also any capital. So going back, like when this happened, it brought back flashbacks of last December, and during the negotiations and the like 12 proposals and counter proposals back and forth. One thing that was never on the table, that was the number one thing being asked for in those negotiations, was external capital into the ecosystem. What was donated, whatever we want to call it, a week and a half ago, was EOS. So that EOS was given to them to uphold their social contract with the vesting contract for the first 3.5 years of the network. So if the community sentiment is to ramp up pressure, then like just keep in mind, like external capital is kind of the thing that they've refused to do. That's why throughout the negotiations, the only things that Block.one was willing to negotiate on was the EOSIO IP, which they destroyed its reputation of over the years of neglect. to live up to their promises on it. And then the other thing was their EOS, their unvested EOS that belonged to the network in the first place, as with any unvested shares or options or tokens in this case in any company. When an employee is fired or quits, they are not entitled to that. But those were the only things that were being negotiated. Those were the only things that were on the table. And that was not the request of the ENF when negotiating on behalf of the block producers. The number one request was external capital to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. So $500,000 denominated in EOS is crumbs.
Also add, like, as someone from Block.one, I've been listening to this conversation very intently and really wishing I could participate, but I can't. So ask me again in 2024, September 2024. But if they broke laws, or if they broke laws, then I could participate. So I don't know. That's just interesting to me. Like, I've thought about maybe an amicus curiae brief or something, but if there's some if the court case goes a different direction, then maybe there would be some more room to talk.
May I ask who just spoke?
I'm sorry, that was Zack.
Not Zach Gall. I apologize. Okay, thank you. And Stefan, please stop me at any time. I'm just fascinated by this, and I just enjoy it. And I know this is we're going on a long time here. And so
We'll go 7 hours if you guys want. I'm ready.
so to Trim, I struggle. Narrative aside, narrative in agreement. Everyone talk. And so going back to the legal side, like when you say leverage and pressure, and I think these are really kind of really salient points to your whole take on this, right? So you're saying if we maintain pressure on them, then it may not just be 25 million, it could be 50 or 100 or however much. But that's separate from the ongoing or the litigation that ENF has engaged in, which no one knows about. It's all under wraps for good reason. I'm curious what makes you think if Block.one's MO from the very beginning has been that their decisions are driven by legal and being extremely tight about offering anything at all. And I've been tracking this for years and years and years, listen to all the conversations. And no one would argue that they have not been a good faith player in all of this. But I'm curious why you think that us, the community, continuing to, let's say, block them out from being able to engage, it would all of a sudden have them sort of relieve their clasp on funds and then open up a floodgate. Because we already know, again, like they may be on the hook for $1 billion plus due to ENF's litigation, and that will not be touched, and we're in agreement there. But then the other side is that, like, you're saying that a pressure-based approach will have them yield more money of their own accord, as opposed to, say, the strategy of others, which has been like just be nice and then initiate a relationship where we begin building trust again and begin building engagement again, right? Like the money, the 25 million or the 500K is outside of the bounds of legal sort of being driven by legal action. And so your contention is that continuing to troll them online and tell them how much they've been bad to the community will have them pay up more money of their own accord. That sounds like what I'm hearing.
Somewhat.
You used the word engage. You used the word engage. Block.one sent a payment. There was no engagement. I saw a retweet. That's all I saw.
Just to try and answer your question, I think that what maybe I'm not communicating properly is that I think we can extrapolate the process a little bit. We can make it move faster and be less painful for the EOS community. The longer this drags on, we can all agree is not ideal for the EOS community. If we could resolve it
Can you
today,
pause there? Yeah, can you pause there and and expand on that? Like extrapolate and make this go faster. And I think everyone would agree. No one wants and no one wants contentious negotiation to drag on indefinitely. We know Block.one is very good at that. But tell me more about how leverage and pressure will extrapolate more money more quickly.
essentially be because the more negative PR they have, the harder it is for them to go about their business. The more likely it is that people support the movement, and which leads to more pressure against them. And I guess like the best analogy I can really offer you is if there was a criminal on the run and they were in hiding, and they were being investigated and eventually they were being found, I'm sure that would happen regardless. But if you had all of social media going, he's hiding in, like with Block.one, he's hiding in Serbia, it amplifies the pressure and it leads to more momentum. Like people who do investigations are human beings, judges are human beings, juries are human beings. Like they are affected by these sort of things. And if you make it very difficult for Block.one to do their business, if they have a tough time hiring, if people have a tough time working with them, if FPAC can't merge with Bullish, if Thomas Farley no longer wants to associate himself with this mess, and so on and so on, it just makes things so much worse for them. And their solution is to follow through with their commitments. And so they can drag their feet and bitch and moan and take, 10 years or 5 years or 7 years, whatever that may be. And I'm not privy to the ENF's legal action. So I don't know if it's criminal, if it's civil, if it's related to the class action or unrelated. Like, I really don't know. But all I do know is there's a reason Block.one turns off all of their comments. If they didn't care, they wouldn't turn off their comments. There's a reason that Block.one reacted the way they did when the class action was, rejected. Otherwise, they wouldn't have followed through most likely with, funding. And so it's very clear from Block.one's actions what they're thinking, at least in my opinion. And so if you just sort of extrapolate that thought process, it demonstrates they are worried. And this does affect them negatively. Does that answer your question, or I'm still missing it?
No, I think we're both addressing each other very well. I just need a moment to process that. 1 second. So just to think out loud for a second. So you're saying that, and I see it all, right? They turn off all the comments. They can't, because the moment Bloomer posts something, it's just a flood of negativity, right? And you're saying that impedes their ability to conduct business, which I have no doubt it would. I think anyone who does a modicum of research on Block.one and is looking for possible employment there would probably second guess. Like everyone, I don't know where else in the world has it, but Glassdoor, right? You might look at Glassdoor in the States anyway and see an employer. If it really has a really crappy review, you wouldn't want to join. Where you may lose me is, I guess, the assertion, or like you think that there's a possibility of them relenting from that pressure. And so I guess I'm just trying to think out loud here. If there's, I would suspect, and maybe we're both kind of speculating here, I would suspect that if they were to step up and acknowledge their commitments and begin fulfilling them, I don't think that it would happen much faster than it did before, outside of the bounds of a a legal requirement. I guess for you, an antagonistic relationship will yield greater results. And there are others in the community who feel that, again, there's a lawsuit going on and we may get $1 billion. Great. So that aside, right, $1 billion based on their prior commitments. So that aside, moving away from an antagonistic relationship will yield better fruit. The cherry, as you say, as you articulate very, very well. I think that's a great image. As far as narrative goes, and I think you, Trim, were very good at the outset of hashtag the new EOS. You do a really good job with marketing, and I agree. And no one would argue that the community is now in charge, more or less, right? There's nuances there. Block.one is not. Like, you've taken over the code base. There's Antelope. There's all these very clear signals to the world that Block.one is no longer in charge of EOS. And that can't change. There's no way that Block.one can assert themselves as being the leader of this community anymore. And so I guess I'm just kind of hung up on your assertion that being antagonistic, continuing to apply negative pressure, will yield more funds outside of the ongoing litigation. And I'm sorry if I'm beating a dead horse at this point.
No, we can.
We may be going in circles at this point, but yeah, there you have it.
Well, let's put it this way: they settled the class action. They made an offer to settle for $25 million. They made an offer to settle with the SEC when the SEC was investigating them again for $25 million. Block.one clearly prefers to have these matters settled. They don't want to admit to wrongdoing. They don't want to, like legal action. It's a pain in the ass for everyone involved, the defendant and the plaintiff. And so, there's a lot of that side of things. And then there's also the side of things of the quagmire that Block.one, the company, could put themselves in. I don't know what their board is like, how much sway their investors have. A lot of the claims that we've heard is that a lot of, supposedly, that a lot of the great things they wanted to do was prevented by their shareholders. I'm just putting this possibility out there, but it's possible that the shareholders throw the CEO under the bus of Block.one. Just putting that out there. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this thing can play out, a lot of different ways pressure can work. But ultimately, my point is essentially that when Block.one shows some vulnerability, you have to increase the pressure. And by increasing the pressure, it's not to the detriment of EOS, it's to the benefit. I know we've gone in circles about whether or not you agree or disagree on that, and that's fine. I mean, I don't think that there's a definitive, oh, it's so obvious, I'm right, you're such an idiot, you're wrong type of thing. It's just my sort of perspective on this. I think it makes Block.one's life more difficult, which therefore makes them more likely to try to end this problem.
Let me ask you this. What is the nature of pressure that you suggest? Let's say negative pressure, because positive pressure, we know, whatever Chris Barnes did and Helios, whatever whatever Brock's relationship is, it yielded $500,000. Great. So let's say we go all in on the Trimbot strategy and continue to apply negative pressure. Now he's blocked basically all of EOS on his social media, on Bullish's social media, whatever it is. We can't troll him anymore. What is the nature of negative pressure that would yield more than $25 million in your view?
Mainstream media attention.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's kind of like a cost benefit analysis situation. If we ghost them or they ghost us, then we continue our separate direction. We don't have the Block.one baggage following us with the media and PR, and we're able to market EOS as a scalable, solution to the real world and not have to worry about, people wondering, hey, but there's Block.one that's directly involved with them. So yeah, there's a likelihood that we drop them because, we antagonize them to the point they want nothing to do with EOS. And in my opinion, that is a very unbiased opinion. Like I said, I'm literally new to the ecosystem. That would be a win for us.
And yeah, I mean, just imagine if CNBC starts reporting that, this company Block.one, maybe it's a fraud similar to Theranos.
Yeah.
They start lumping Brendan Blummer into the same category as people like Sam Bankman-Fried. That leads to a lot of negative PR, negative attention, and it's not coming
Yeah.
from the EOS community directly. It's now coming from mainstream media. And so what happens when CNBC interviews Thomas Farley and asks him, this company that your company, FPAC, is going to merge with, are you aware of this? It really, and I don't mean to make this about Bullish or Farley or anyone in particular. That was just an example. My point is essentially just that when the mainstream media starts talking about this story hasn't really gone reported in the right way. The closest example I'm aware of is Wired, which I wouldn't exactly say is mainstream media. When this is amplified in the public realm, they can't hide the same way.
No doubt, no doubt. Good points all around, of course. And
Hey,
I'm
I have
just
a question for you because you've been asking a lot of questions. So
please.
so you're agreeing that the narrative can hurt EOS. And from my understanding, Block.one donated 500,000. Would you quantify that as being valuable enough to put EOS in a position whereby it's considered a risky asset in terms of the people who are directly involved in, its ecosystems governance? Is that something that you're saying? Because it sounds like you agree that the narrative could hurt EOS. Block.one's involvement in EOS could hurt EOS, but then it also sounds like you're not in agreement entirely. So I'm just trying to understand, what is your stance in all of this?
Oh, thank you, Winfred. Gosh, let me try to let me rephrase the question just so I understand it. So you're asking, like, what's my take? Because your sense is that I disagree with Trim in that maintaining an antagonist relationship is a bad thing. But sorry, maybe help me, please, Winfred. I want to make sure I answer your
Yeah,
question.
I will help you. So you have repeatedly said that you agree that the narrative argument of Block.one's involvement in EOS could hurt EOS. You've said that repeatedly today on this call.
No,
But
may I
then,
clarify? May I clarify that?
okay,
Um,
yeah,
I think narrative drives crypto adoption right now.
absolutely.
Early on in
On
the
the same page.
nascency. Yeah, I mean, and so uh, the actual narrative of Block.one's role in EOS and those kinds of things, like I'm happy to expand on that, but I was just speaking more broadly. Narrative is king right now,
Yeah,
and so that's all I'm saying
exactly.
about narrative.
And the narrative in the media, as far as Block.one goes right now, is that Block.one failed the EOS ecosystem, right?
That I would say
If
the primary.
if you're reading the news, then you'd say right, yeah.
Yeah, but I would say the primary narrative right now is that there's a first of all, a misunderstanding in the media that EOS is Block.one. First of all,
That is not the narrative though, because the media is not saying that there is a misunderstanding in the media. That is not the narrative.
I'm
The
sorry, I'm not
narrative
tracking Winfred. Yeah,
the narrative is that Block failed the EOS ecosystem. EOS was supposed to be the Ethereum killer, and it is not. That is the narrative in the media. And you said you agree that the narrative could impact EOS. So my question to you is, why are we even arguing about, lawsuits and whatnot if you're agreeing that narratives will hinder the adoption of EOS as a technology for real world use?
I'll try my best to respond. And I think I'm understanding that you may be making an assumption that I um, subscribe. Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. Yes, narrative is very important. Yes, the narrative in the media generally is that Block.one failed to uphold their commitments. No doubt. Um,
Yeah,
I yeah. Um, I also think that the community is clearly in charge of the narrative at this point, not
that is
Block.one.
false. The community is not in charge of the narrative. The media is in charge of the narrative. And the narrative right now is that Block.one failed EOS. EOS is not an Ethereum killer. So what do you think the implications of Block.one coming back to EOS will be as far as the adoption of EOS when we know that the media has more influence over adoption than the community within this ecosystem? And that's a fact.
Yeah, well, Winfred, let me great points. I just hadn't processed it to be able to kind of respond quickly here. But let me think about that for a second. And everyone else, please chime in. I don't mean to monopolize.
Yeah,
or
please
anything
take your
here.
time. Take your
Yeah,
time to think. And I'm
yeah.
sorry to put you on the spot.
No,
Sorry,
this is,
can I just jump in on his behalf?
please.
Yeah, so for Winford's sake, I think that, sorry, I don't know your name, Mancha. Mancha's point was essentially that he agrees with the narrative side of things. He understands why it's worthwhile for EOS to sort of combat Block.one, the whole community seizing the network or whatever you want to call it type of approach. Like, he agreed that that's a positive for EOS. He was asking more specifically, separating narrative aside, he was trying to understand what value the aggression or sort of pressure towards Block.one might actually make in a more direct way. And so that's, I think, what the confusion was. I think that we're all on the same page for the most part, at least, that the narrative for EOS needs to change a little bit, and
Yeah.
that narratives drive everything in this industry. His question was just more about what's the connection between pressure and actually leading to direct results outside of marketing/narratives.
Yes, I totally understand that. And my question to him is, why do we even have to ask that question if we agree on the fact that narrative will drive the adoption of EOS, So I really understand where he's coming from. I understand what you're saying. For me, my question is more, why are we even asking this as a question if we know that EOS as a superior technology is not what's going to bring people to EOS? It's the narratives that we tell. It's the narratives that the people who have the bigger networks tell, which is the media. So if we know that to be the case, why are we even debating anything else aside from the narrative of EOS?
Winfred, I think I'm catching up a little bit to you.
Okay.
So I think so. At this point, it sounds like you're saying that because the primary narrative in the media is that Block.one failed EOS, you're saying that there's a net cost, there's a net detriment to EOS.
Huge one, yes.
Yeah, to have them back in the picture at all, because for you, the benefit of having
$500,000 is nothing compared to what we could do if we just somehow erased them.
I'd have to process that for a little bit. Yeah, and I get your point now. Thank you. I just needed to kind of catch up to where you're headed there. So, so you're saying that the cost far outweighs the benefit. Engaging with them.
I come from an economics background, and so for me, I'm always looking at cost benefit. Okay, they give 500 grand, and it's gonna benefit a bunch of people for some time. But when you look at the bigger picture, when you zoom out, what is the cost for EOS?
Yeah, I will agree with you, and I'll concede certainly this to a lot of others who have made this point. Having Block.one out of the picture for the last few months, last year or so, has felt like a weight lifted. Like truly, because the community was mired in these like fruitless, circular, extremely toxic conversations for years, and so having him out, great. And then the inaugural Independence Day, as we all called it a few months ago, and taking over the code base, really truly felt like a new day. I feel like, and I don't know for sure, there's so many details that maybe are missing for a lot of us, but like the way in which Block.one may be inching back into the picture is very different. And I'm certainly not a marketing expert by any stretch, but it could be it could be handled in a way by the community, maybe, I don't know, by marketing experts or whoever it is, by Trimbot
Maybe.
himself.
Are we going to base the future of EOS on maybes?
Well, I think the future of crypto is based on maybes. You know, I think everything is
Yeah,
every
but
blockchain,
but we can also use past experience to inform our future actions, and based off of that, I would personally, from what I've read, from the information that I have, and like I said, I'm a new entrant into this space. I have nothing to do with Block.one, and I'm not biased in any way, shape, or form against them. It's just based off of the information I have, based off of what I've read from the media that influences narratives. I would not base any future actions in favor of taking a chance on Block.one.
I think I agree with you. I mean, I think we're both in agreement in that case. You know, the 500,000, if we're to take Helios's word for it, was no strings attached. And so again, it goes back to maybe what I started with Trim was that, like, what's the detriment, you know? And I take your point completely, Winfred, that that just having them out of the picture makes it much easier, you know, to form narratives and to very clearly and explicitly indicate to people that that baggage is behind us. And now with them inching in whatever ways, whether it's sprinkling $500,000 in various projects or whatever it is, all of a sudden there's a specter again, right? And it makes people may raise their eyebrows, like, what is the baggage back?
Yeah.
Is this player who always acted in bad faith back? Is this now an unreliable ecosystem again? I take all that to heart, right? And so I understand your point. I think where we maybe disagree is whether or not that $500,000 will ultimately cause that narrative to unfold, or does the community have a little bit more say in how that narrative is taken by the wider media, the general media, and those kinds of things?
Hello?
And just kind of, hello.
Can anybody hear me? Yes, I'm guessing so. Sorry, I didn't want to stop you. I just wasn't sure if
No, I was really I was just extending this whole conversation, Eve, for you to come in and talk for the Fireside. So I've done my job. Eve, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you, everyone, for letting me talk for a while there.
So I'm not going to comment on the legal action side of things for obvious reasons, but I think that the biggest one that perhaps is not obvious to all is the less you know of the legal strategy, the less Block.one knows of the legal strategy, the better it is. And I invite everybody to think about that for a period of time. If you don't know what the legal strategy is, how can Block.one know? And that uncertainty, that unknown, is extremely powerful. Putting that aside, I disagree that there is a no strings attached donation that occurred. No strings attached, perhaps, if you look at, or if you don't broaden the horizon of what a string can be. There is no such thing as a no string attached action anywhere for anything, regardless of a donation, regardless of where we're talking blockchain. There's no such thing as an action that occurs that doesn't have ramifications somewhere, somehow, that doesn't impact the universe, however you want to look at it. The idea that there is a donation that occurred and that will not impact something somehow, somewhere, that I fundamentally disagree with. Now, what that will impact and at what level that will impact the future course of events, that is what we can debate on, and I guess that's what people have been debating on. I've been listening in for a while. I wasn't sure if this was actually working or not. I'm currently in transit in Japan, and this is the part I think that some people, because I've been reading everything, and as everybody knows, I read every single chat as much as possible in real time. So I also see the rate of response, who's responding, then editing, who's then responding, but then deleting, etc. And that is extremely valuable information to get a sense of where people are at. And obviously it's from my own lens, and so I'm clearly biased and I have my own world vision and then assumptions that are placed onto that world. But I fundamentally disagree, and this is the point, that this is a no strings attached, because the string itself, if it is not known, and or the ramifications of that, and or what constitutes a string is perhaps what people are a little bit too narrow-minded in think, for those who have that viewpoint, in my opinion.
Hey, I just want to say thanks to everyone who responded, and Eve, for chiming in there. Never spoken up in a fireside here, so it was a really good conversation. I'm sure there's gonna be more along the way, and overall, I think everyone is doing just an incredible job. Good intentions all around, and really looking forward to the next Eden election for sure.
Apologies, I'm just losing connection, but I'm still hearing.
There's something I want to add to this discussion too. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to Eve or anybody first, because it's a little bit of a redirection going back to what something Trim said before, and I think it's an important point. So I'd be very interested to hear what people think. But I also want to just also echo what Cadella was Mancha was saying, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. It's very interesting your perspective, and I hope you'll share your thoughts more on these fireside chats. I suppose I'll go into and I was inspired to say here. So thanks in addition to Kadila, Trimbot, and Eve, and Winfred, everybody, for the thoughtful discussions. Really appreciate it. And I wanted to respond to a point that Trimbot made, I don't know, it's probably like 20 minutes ago or so. And I know Stephane also wrote some similar messages in some of the Telegram chats asking for reasons why Block.one would fund Eden. And I'm a little bit surprised that that other people don't see it more similarly to how I do, but I'll explain it. So Trimbot asked, is Block.one acting out of fear? And he thought they were, and I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they were. It didn't really occur to me that they might be motivated by fear. That's not something that I thought until other people mentioned that. And the obvious thought to me that just seemed natural to me was just that funding Eden is in the best interest of Block.one, and it's in the best interest of everyone in the world. So I'm working on an article about funding Eden, to at some point request funding for Eden and explain why it's so helpful to fund Eden. So I'm laying out a few different reasons. I'm laying out a business case and the case, a moral case, a self-interest case, entertaining case to explain it. So there is some business case. I know I remember Stephane shared some messages that maybe Block.one doesn't own much EOS and so forth. So maybe there's not much reason for them to further invest. But for one thing, they do have a big reputational investment in EOS. And if EOS and Eden do well, then that does make Block.one look better, and obviously they have a reputation problem, so that can be very helpful. And they also do have some EOS, and they could also, of course, I think, buy more as well. And they have some alpha about what's going on in the community as well, because they've been paying attention. So there is potential business case. I don't think that's the main case that I'm focusing on here. And there's also an entertaining case. So I just think that Eden in general, it provides collaborative content creation tools and games, and also communities to make amazing experiences, far more than any of us can imagine. We're just like starting to tap into the potential. There's an inspiring quote that Elon Musk shared recently, talking about his variant of Occam's razor, where the most entertaining outcome is often the most likely. And with Eden processes, we can make really entertaining and hopeful outcomes that are really fun and enjoyable with an infinite variety of experiences. And then morally, it's good for the world, and it's absolutely out of self-interest for everybody who wants to survive and thrive in the world to help Eden and to help cooperative processes like Eden. I think it provides perhaps the highest leverage opportunity to create a more enjoyable world for everybody, a safer world for everybody. And that's for people at Block.one, for people on this call, for people who have no idea what EOS or Block.one is. Everybody wants to do well. Everybody wants their family to be safe and to enjoy themselves. They want their friends to do well. And so it makes most sense and it's most logical that Block.one would fund Eden, because it's really helpful for Block.one. It's helpful for everybody. I don't know if they see it like that, but these Eden cooperative processes are needed in the world. Like, they're really, really helpful. The world, I'm sure everybody knows, everybody sees constantly that the world has huge obstacles and huge challenges. These are detailed well in More Equal Animals, and we also can see the world deteriorating and institutions not living up to what they need to do and not fit for the future. We're all on the same planet together, and everybody wants to survive and thrive and do really well. I've been very inspired by the singularity is near for a long time. Ray Kurzweil talks about exponential progress and how the next years and decades are going to be wild. And there's also a concept of the great filter, that most civilizations destroy themselves before they can advance efficiently with technology, because technology becomes such a powerful force. And if people don't know how to wield it, then the world may not survive. And yeah, so there's definitely big challenges. And basically, we need to learn to cooperate better. That's our main goal, or one of our main goals, and one of our main highest leverage opportunities, both as individuals and communities and as civilization. And Eden provides these cooperative processes and tools and games to learn to cooperate better. And it also provides the technicians, the people who know how to use the tools, and the people who have been studying this, and the people who are really passionate about helping people cooperate with these tools. So if I were at Block.one, I would aim to fund Eden as much as possible, because what's the point of having more money if civilization is not going to last a couple more years? Or what's the point of money if you can't enjoy it? And then beyond just survival, there's also the thriving aspect of it. So I mentioned it's an amazing process to bring people together, to create networking and to create fun experiences, to make awesome videos together and to create awesome content, and to incentivize the creation of public goods like we do with Pomelo and like Eden and like Fractally. So it's really empowering communities, and it's really a helpful process. Eden is rising because there's many amazing people in the community who are doing great work and have been doing great work for the past year and a half now. And the power of community and innovation and the stories we create, collaboration, that's incredibly important for all of humanity and each of our, both survival and thriving and enjoying it. So I don't know if Block.one realizes that right now. I mean, good chance they don't, because they're in. I have very little insight into what they think other than just public messages. But that's the most important reason, I think, and that's something that should be focused on more. Like, I'm grateful that they gave the 500,000. I also see lots of reasons and good reasons why people aren't happy about it, because they also have caused a lot of problems, of course. But the main thing is that this is just really beneficial for Block.one and anybody to fund Eden. So I feel like that's an important, very important point. And thank you once again. I know that was a bit of a longer speech, but I think this is really important. So that's that.
I have a question for you, Dan, and others who share a similar viewpoint. I completely agree with you that individuals such as yourself and that share that viewpoint of the world see the benefit in this. And if you were in those shoes, you would make those decisions for those very reasons. I completely agree to that. Where I question, I guess what I'm wondering from your point of view, how do you consolidate the Block.one's past actions in general? So if you're coming at it from, if you were in those shoes, I would see how that narrative makes sense, because that is your MO, that is how you view the world, and that would fit with your prior actions. So completely in line with that. How do you consolidate the delta between the previous actions and I mean, the data essentially that is undisputable from the last 4 years, to then making the 180-degree turn to suddenly waking up and now having a completely different worldview, and then changing the actions compared to the previous actions? So that's the first question, I guess. How do you consolidate that? How can you make that leap that suddenly that is now their raison d'être, that is their reason for being, based on the data that we have before? Or do you contest, I guess, the data that we have from the last 4 years, and that was always the MO? That's the first question. And second question, if you're able to then make that jump, can you perhaps expand, because you make a premise or you make a statement that they've been following along very much so, and so they understand the value of Eden. They've essentially they you're in it day to day, and a lot of the people on this call, I imagine, are in it day to day, and so they can see how we got here and perhaps the value of that process. Are you also saying that essentially they are very much spending a considerable amount of time and resources in following along. Is that also a premise to make your first original statement, leading to my first question?
Thank you very much, Eve, for the questions. Those are great questions. So there's a few different things I can say here. So I'll start by reiterating that I don't know, and I'm not necessarily saying that this is the reason why Block.one does it, because I don't know a lot of what they think, and I've been very disappointed by Block.one. I was writing articles or writing about how Block.one is in an amazing position to create benefits for humanity and help people by funding Eden several years ago, and I thought that they would, and they didn't at the time. I don't know why they didn't and why they haven't. For one thing, it's possible that people can change their mind and learn. So just because somebody or Block.one hasn't done something good in the past doesn't mean that they can't do good things now or good things in the future. They can learn and learn from mistakes. People learn all the time. So that's one possibility. Maybe they've just had more time to study it.
How do
And they've been
people
doing it.
how do people learn from mistakes in general? Can you expand maybe on that?
Oh, yeah,
'Cause I
I mean,
agree
of
with
course,
you.
I feel like it's obvious.
How can that happen? Or I guess what new input, if it is an input, that can make somebody change their mind?
Well, it's input and information and experiences. It's like now there's been 4 seasons of Eden, and it's been going on with a lot of great builders who are making videos every week and making content every week. We're also doing the Eden Fractal now. People are talking about in these fireside sessions. So many cool things are coming out of Eden too, as well as tools that you can see on Pomelo. So basically, people get new information and they can learn more. I feel I mean I feel like I'm maybe saying the obvious here, but does that answer your question, Eve?
Well, so then it goes to my second question. So the premise to that argument is that, um, I guess ultimately, if there's one individual that's the decision maker within that entity, that decision maker received new information and or has been following along, because you mentioned specifically, for example, the weekly Eden Fractals. Do you believe that they are watching those shows and they're taking notes weekly?
I have not thought about that, and I wouldn't
Or do
expect
you
it. I
believe that
mean,
they
it's
watched
possible.
one show and then everything changed? Like, wow, that one show was so mind blowing that now I will change my worldview? Because
Uh,
that's essentially your position.
well, I'm not sure if it's my position. I mean, in any situation, I suppose it's like a tipping point. There can be one piece of content that has a tipping point that makes people change their mind from 0 to 1 or from one thing to the
But
other.
then the
So,
tipping point implies that there was a lot of data inputs prior to, right? So the tipping point is not just one piece of information. It is the sum of all pieces of information that reach a certain degree of inputs that then create the tipping point. So then it goes back again to my second question. Are they following along so closely that they can see that mass amount of data inputs leading to that potential tipping point? Because your premise is that there was a tipping point, because you also mentioned as a premise that they were not doing that previously. Or do you believe, which then would change the whole argument, that they were always doing that, so there has never been a tipping point? That was always the MO from the start. That was always the worldview from the start. That it was always what they were trying to do from the start, but for some reason they could not, or it wasn't being received in that fashion.
yeah, good questions.
Do,
I'm
do
not
you
sure.
understand? Like, that's what I'm asking, is how do you
Yeah.
make that mental jump? And I understand how you could make it because you have that worldview from the beginning. So there is no tipping point for you. That
Well, I mean, there was
extra
also a tipping
data
point for me in the
input,
past, but
no, but that worldview, uh, the greater good and the wanting to do things for humanity, that is not a tipping point for you. Ever since I've known you, that has been your MO. There has not been a tipping point where you've received so much data that now you believe that this is the way to proceed forward.
yeah, well, I mean, that tipping point for me was before we met, Eve. So I've been researching this kind of thing for the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years. I learned about singularities near and a book by Jeremy Diamond or something like that about the false civilizations. And so I just started thinking a lot about existential risk and so forth. But previously to that,
Right,
I
a
wasn't
lot of
into
data
it too
input.
much.
Right, a lot
Yeah.
of data input. So not a single data input that then it was a process. It was a journey. It took time, a lot of data input for you to then have that worldview. So then it goes back again to the second question. Do you believe that they've been following along, so they've been accumulating all of those data points that led to that tipping point?
I don't know. I haven't really thought so much from belief. I suppose the main point that I was trying to make, because I can only speculate so far on how much they're paying attention or what they think, but I suppose my larger point was, regardless of why they're doing it, the most important thing is why they should be doing it and how it's on us to communicate that. And I feel like when we focus more on just how important it is, then that helps Block.one to understand, whether they understand or not. I think there's a good chance
That
that they're
assumes
following
that
paying
they're a
attention.
good actor in the first place. I agree with you on that. That assumes, and that works with an individual such as yourself, where that is the premise from the beginning. That
I
assumes
think it assumes that.
that they are good actors from the beginning, that there's no other agenda possible outside of being a good actor.
Hey, Eve and Dan, can I interject a question that's on topic, I think? This is
Well,
Jake
I
Taylor.
kind of want.
Okay.
I'd like to continue if that's okay, Jay. I kind of want to see what Dan, because we're going in a direction. I'd like to see where this goes with Dan, if that's okay, Jay.
Absolutely, go for it.
All right, thanks, Jane. Thanks, Eve and Jay. I'm looking forward to hearing your question later. Yeah, and thank you. I'm very interested in continuing discussion as well. So thank you for asking these questions and guiding it. So the argument that I was making, or I don't know if I should call it an argument, but the point I was making basically is it wasn't presupposing that they're a good actor or a bad actor. I was thinking out of basically self-interest. If you think, I suppose, game theory, or just obvious, like everybody wants good for themselves, everybody wants good for their family, everybody wants good for their children and their friends. It doesn't really come down to ethics, whether somebody's being a good person or a bad person. It just, everybody wants those things. And when somebody is gathering information, like if you're at Block.one, and I assume that they're under various pressures and they're trying to figure out solutions to their problems to relieve their pressures and to help improve their life and to get things that they want, then they would, they have a lot of opportunity, being their closeness and proximity to the EOS community over the years, to gather the information and see what is most helpful for them. And what's most
What you
helpful for
just
them
mentioned
is right
there.
there.
Yeah. So what you just mentioned is exactly Trim's point. You're just looking at it from a different point of view. That they are looking at what's in their best interest and what works for them. The difference is what some people are saying is that reason is not the same reason that you're saying it is. It is not for the best of humanity. It's the cover your ass reason. It is for the potential legal implications. It is for that side of things. But the argument, essentially, and that's where you were led to, is you've now come to the same, essentially, reason for them potentially doing an action is out of some type of self-interest. What that self-interest is what is being debated. What is that reason is what is being debated. What I'm getting at with this is that there are multiple potential reasons for why they would be making a donation or re-entering the system, and to assume that it is nefarious is wrong. To assume that it is good is wrong. There are multiple potential reasons, and what I'm seeing a lot from those who believe that it has to be, or seemingly that it has to be for good reasons. That's all I'm asking is, how do you make the jump that it has to be for good reasons? It seems that those who have that position are not open to the idea that maybe it is for different reasons than quote unquote good. And I'm using good because that's subjective. For them, it is good. To cover their ass legally would also be a good reason for them. Right? Which is a different reason than why you would do it. I agree with the outcome. The outcome is some people received, or a process has just gotten an injection of funds, and that ultimately is not necessarily what is being debated. Now, there's two things that are being debated essentially when I read the chats. One is what is the possible reason for that donation, and the other is what are the possible ramifications of that donation? Like, what does the future look like? What are the next if-thens after this? And there are seemingly a strong presence of community members that believe that the if-then subsequent to now this donation potentially has a lower ROI than not having received that donation. And ultimately, what I'm asking
100%.
is for those who don't believe, or for those who believe that this is only good, how do you make that mental jump that the if then has to be positive? That there is no realm of possibility that that if then ultimately is negative? How do you make that jump? And the only way that I can consolidate that is because you, as an individual, are coming from the point of view that you would do it for good reasons, but you're not open to the idea that maybe some people do things for quote unquote bad reasons, which are good for them.
But if we're
How do
Just a
you
just
second.
make that jump?
I would like to just respond to that. I don't know who else is speaking, but if it's okay if I could just respond to that before the next person goes.
Go for it. Yeah, that's why I was saying, because I think this is you're ultimately getting here to the crux of what the debate in the community has been. The philosophical, everything is speculation as to what it may be, but the core of the argument is the philosophical that we're discussing right now.
Yes. Good point, and very well explained. Thank you, Eve. I feel like maybe also I didn't present it in the clearest way or didn't communicate in the clearest way, because I started talking about, I started responding to Trimbot's question about was B1 scared? Is that the reason why they did it? And then I'm not sure if I made it clear, but I'm not in the camp that, or I'm not of the belief that I think that you believe that I am, that there's no chance that they are doing it for bad reasons or nefarious reasons. I don't think that it's necessarily true that they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart, or that they see the long-term vision and that they're doing it for everybody's benefit and all those things. My point was that that should be what they're thinking about, and our job as a community, one of our jobs as a community, and something I'm focusing a lot and really passionate about, is communicating that. So even if they don't understand that right now, to educate people at Block.one and people around the world around why Eden is so helpful. And that's a really great way to focus attention. It's possible that they don't know. I mean, I've been surprised and disappointed by a lot of ignorance and people just not thinking things far, like seeing what happened with FTX and seeing just a lot of things that happen around the world. There's obviously a lot of people who aren't looking at the world with a great vision or a pro-social vision that's helpful for people, and that's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. But we're all improving, and the way that we improve is we talk and we educate each other and we make great content to help each other understand the best route forward and Eden. So it's possible that Block.one is just acting out of self-interest, that's not interested in helping the EOS community or the world or anybody else. I would say that's, if that's true, that's an ignorant approach, because it's not seeing the value in Eden and seeing something that they need. But stupidity is something that is real and something that we're all born with by nature. We all learn as we go. So I don't
I
know
don't think
what
it's
Block.one
one or
thinks
the
right now.
other. It doesn't need to be one. It doesn't need to be left to one reason. Do you believe that, as far as you know, with the data inputs that you have, that the entity that made the donation would have thought this through, or do you believe that they made this on a whim?
I
Obviously, all
imagine
speculation.
they, yeah, that's speculation. Most of them just focus on building cool things, but I imagine that they probably thought about it. I feel like Block.one has a lot of people who are thinking about these things very tediously in their legal department and so forth. I'm
Right. So it's a
totally,
calculated decision.
wanna,
The calculated
yeah, I think
decision,
so.
likely, very likely, with multiple inputs, leading to that ultimate outcome. Most likely,
I would think so, yeah.
it is
Although then again,
possible,
I don't
and
know.
I don't
I mean,
believe that
FTX
they're
was not calculated.
exclusionary. They don't necessarily need to be exclusionary reasons. So it doesn't need to be just for one reason, right? Do you agree to that? That it's potentially for multiple reasons. One of those reasons
Oh yeah,
being that, hey, this is a cool thing, and we'd like to donate to this. Sure.
yes.
but there are potentially other reasons as well. And I think that that's what is being said, or that's what I'm gathering from reading the chat, speaking to stakeholders, is that there may be other reasons, and maybe those other reasons are what are being brought into question. And so it's maybe not as altruistic as simply Eden is awesome. And then those other reasons potentially also have an impact on what this will do for this ecosystem. And those impacts may or may not be negative ROI in the long term. And that is what some people are questioning as to whether or not going down this path is indeed really altruistic, or maybe there are other reasons behind that, including that, hey, this is cool. I mean, it's low cost and this is a cool experiment. But it's not one or the other. It could be both.
Yep, I agree. Could be both.
That has a
I mean,
cost.
really,
So this idea that it has no cost, that I disagree. So for those saying that it's
yeah,
a no strings attached, what you're saying is there's no future cost to this.
Oh, 100% there is.
well, I thought you made a good point about the strings. It was kind of like a cosmic point that everything affects another thing. It's interconnected,
Everything.
and I agree. And I would say it's also like it's largely inspired this discussion for the past hour and a half or 2 hours or however long we've been discussing. So obviously, it had a big ripple effect. Them donating. But then, what's the next steps though? Like for me, the next step
And do
is
you believe,
okay.
actually, that before you go, do you believe that you just mentioned that we just had an hour and a half discussion, so clearly there were ripple effects. Do you believe, because you've also kind of agreed that likely this is a calculated decision, that it wasn't made on a whim, do you believe that this discussion that we're having, or the ripple effects as you call them, were taken into consideration when making that decision, that likely there would be ripple effects? And do you believe that they played out that scenario, and that perhaps those ripple effects are also maybe not altruistic? They maybe are, but are you open to the possibility that maybe they are not?
Yeah, I'm open to the possibility. I'm not
And
sure why
that
it's
that
worth
was taken into
contemplating.
consideration when making that decision.
Can you repeat that last sentence?
And that the potential non-altruistic negative effects, negative ripple effects, were taken into consideration when making that decision. And so
Could
that
be.
perhaps even there's a realm of possibility where this was done for nefarious reasons. Maybe or maybe not. We're just speculating.
It could be, but then also, I mean, you can look at it from the other side too. It's inspired a discussion. Like it inspired me to speak about how much how valuable Eden is. Now we have a recorded piece of content that I can maybe share, and hopefully it helped inspire other people and help other people see why Eden is so valuable. So you never really know if things are good or bad. I remember Lovejoy shared a great article about
That's not what I'm saying, though.
the fable of the Chinese farmer.
We're not talking about the what will essentially ensue. It's the why the individual potentially did it.
I mean, does it matter why? I mean,
It
basically, we
matters.
can play the cards that we have, and we're
Very
going to keep
much. It
going forward.
matters why. Very much. It matters why. And I'm not just talking about this particular instance. Anything that people do, you would say that there's no value in the why people do things.
No, that's not true.
That
It's
is not.
definitely important to know why.
It's definitely important, right? Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, what's more important is what are you going to do about it in response? And I don't know. I feel like we're talking about why they're doing it a lot, and in every situation, if you wonder why somebody's doing something for a couple of hours or something like that, that time could also be spent just finding the
Correct.
next step or building something.
And so that's how trust is built. And so if you were to do something, for instance, I would not necessarily question the motivations as to why, because of the data inputs that I have for Dancing Joy. If you were to do something altruistic, it would not come and break down the world that I've built around who is and what is Dancing Joy. What people are questioning right now is that action, if for altruistic reasons, comes and breaks down every single data input prior to. leading to that discussion that we had about tipping point. And so how do you reach a tipping point? Then we go back down to the discussion we had before. But that is ultimately what people are questioning, is the why, and that is incredibly important. Because if for altruistic reasons, then it seems to be a change of path. And potentially that's good.
I think
That's fine. Having this discussion, I think, is very important for that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. I'm not sure who that is.
This is Vince. I was speaking up earlier. Handle Q de la Mancha, but Vince is my name. Eve, I was, in many ways, you're hinting at things, or maybe not that. You made a post on Twitter directly addressing the donation, and you mentioned the folks who sort of spearheaded it. Probably the Helios folks, Chris Barnes, etc., Waxa. And you didn't mention them by name, but you did, say that those in support of it are being misled. You called them possibly apologists, fraudulent, and bot, and those kinds of things. And I'm not speaking to that necessarily, but it seems like you have a very strong opinion on
Well,
the
you
matter.
forgot one of the adjectives that I used that I think is kind of the crux of this discussion that we're having, and I used naive.
Naive,
because what I'm reading in the chats is this idea that there's no realm of possibility that this was perhaps done for non-altruistic reasons, which I would call naive. I'm not so, and I think people are making an assumption that I'm against this donation, which is not true. What I'm questioning is the reason for doing so and the way in which the community has been receiving that. And I've not actually said kind of what my position is, but that extra adjective that you forgot is that naive one, which, so I said there are multiple reasons, or there are different, for the B1 apologists, it seems like, and just going off memory, I think I said naive, either being bought and or fraudulent, because I think that those are the realms of possibilities. If the premise is that the only reason for them doing it is out of good faith.
Yeah, I agree with you. So,
and I don't know if it's out of good faith or out of bad faith. That's not the point. So do you understand what I mean?
I do, and it certainly seems like you lean on the side of the negative, though. I mean, judging by those adjectives, as you say, naive is probably the lightest of them, right? Are you willing to kind of share your opinion at this point? I mean, I don't know if it commingles with any kind of legal matter that you can't speak to, but are you able to speak to?
Yeah, so I mean, I've been in this ecosystem from the very beginning, from before the mainnet launch. I've interacted with Block.one, obviously on more occasions that I can count on even 10 people's hands or whatever it is. I mean, everybody knows that even Brendan flew down to see me in, if I recall, it was October of 2021. October, yeah. Anyways, around that time, and so I'm quite intimate with working with Block.one. While I was with EOS Nation, we worked with them to even create Pomelo, for example. And so I have a lot of data inputs into what the construct of either Brendan as an individual and or Block.one as an entity, and et cetera, other parties as well. I have a lot of inputs that create the construct of what those are for me, right? I've got a lot of data, and that data, and in my opinion, if the only premise is that this was done for an altruistic reason, I cannot consolidate that. It just doesn't add up.
It certainly does
Unless
not.
there was a tipping point, unless there was a massive tipping point. Like, it just doesn't add up. It's like you're always going left and somehow you now decided to turn right. Why did you suddenly turn right after 4 years of going left, for example? And that is what I'm trying to, and that's why I'm asking, how do people make that mental jump that perhaps it is not for altruistic reasons? And so please help me make that jump as well as to why you believe it can only be for altruistic reasons. That's the part that I still don't get.
Yeah. As far as the no strings attached, I just take. I mean, that's what the Helios folks said, and I was just taking their word for it. But what I haven't heard anyone say that the donation, call it what you will, as Zack says, was altruistic. I mean, there very likely is.
Well, what I've been hearing is that they're doing it because they believe. I guess there are multiple reasons why people,
Right.
the positive camp, let's say, believe that this is the case, but that they believe that Eden is an awesome project and they see the future of it, etc. In my opinion, the likelihood that that is really the case seems to be extremely low based on the data that I have, and I may be wrong. I'm open to that. But that would be such a huge jump. That would be like a massive jump in mental leap of information for me to get to that likelihood.
Yeah.
It,
In brief defense of that,
to
I'll
me,
just very briefly.
based on my experiences, it is more likely a calculated decision. Which the actions of can be positive, right? So the 500,000 EOS is positive. I'm not debating that. That part is good.
Yep.
The reason for being is, and that's where where people lose me, is that those reasons are because Eden is great, or because somehow now they want to, for no, perhaps other reasons, that now they somehow woke up one morning and now they want to start participating in the EOS ecosystem positively. It just making those jumps wherever you are on that spectrum of on the slightly positive side, there's a big jump that needs to occur based on the previous data. And that's what I'm trying to find out is how do you make that jump?
Yeah. I'll just very briefly, in defense of the question of whether or not B1 cares about Eden. I do remember that early on when Dan released his book, and then he started the Eden project, which obviously he soon thereafter abandoned. But there was a brief period. Brendan chimed in on Twitter, congratulated, said that he acknowledged Eden as a process that could be good, revolutionary. I don't know what terms he used.
Brendan also congratulated the network for stopping their vesting. Let's just put that in context as well, right?
A little schizophrenic. No one's gonna.
No. Actually, that's where I disagree. I don't believe that that's. I wouldn't use the word schizophrenia, but to assume that they are stupid, I think, is a flawed assumption. To assume that they're doing things without thinking things through and without thinking what the ramifications of the words and or the actions will be, I think, is a flawed approach. I believe they're extremely smart.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, I just want to be very clear.
You just pulled off by being stupid, but being smart or stupid is completely separate from being altruistic or not, and or potentially being ill-willed or not. Those are completely separate things.
Yeah.
Do you think they're separate though? Because I kind of see them as the same thing. You keep bringing up altruistic. I'm sorry to jump in.
No. Are you saying that you cannot be smart unless you are good? That I fundamentally disagree with. You can be extremely smart and be evil. We've seen multiple times in history.
But if somebody's extremely smart and evil, then
they're called supervillains. We even have a word for them. They're called supervillains.
But then they're not going to make it though, because like going forward, the world needs
they're not going to make it.
It's a phrase.
In order to get to that supervillain status, they've made it for a long enough period of time that they've affected the world in a very evil manner, and that required an immense amount of either IQ and or EQ and or combination of both of them. Are you saying that if you're evil, you will not get anywhere at any point? That you're essentially stopped in your tracks from day one? I fundamentally disagree with. It may take time for people to catch up to you, which is why we have a legal system. But in order to pull off a potential crime and or an action that perhaps is nefarious requires oftentimes a tremendous amount of skill set, depending on the level of the action, and the length of the action in question, that requires a tremendous amount of intelligence to pull something. And we have so much data of people doing things for years on end that ultimately they get caught up on. So I disagree that you can not that the only way to be smart is to be good.
I think that Sam Bankman-Fried's a pretty smart guy, personally.
He's incredibly smart.
So you can be smart in a way and do bad things, but like to really be smart, like we need to. Okay, so say if Block.one or
This
Sam
guy named
Bankman-Fried.
Gentlemen,
What's
can
that?
we can I ask that we ground the conversation real quick? I mean, if you want to go into tangent, that's great. But I just wanted to kind of just ground it back into the B1 thing, because that's, I think, my area of interest. But if we want to go in the other direction, that's okay too. But we, if we can just ground real quick. And originally, what I was trying to get at was that I just want to kind of ask, Eve explicitly, you, sir, like, if you can opine, like, clearly Winfred believes it's a net negative to have B1 back and accept a donation. Trim's position is very clear. And it,
Sorry, I want to clarify. It's not that I believe, I know it's a net negative. Just
okay.
yeah, I know for a
Thank
fact.
you. Yeah. Then
and
yeah, let's
Winfred's
move a little
point
bit.
is that the media influences and the narrative is what influences whether or not it is good or bad. So it doesn't matter what the people on this call ultimately believe, or essentially what the media will pick up on, if they even pick up, which they have not at all. That will influence the narrative more than anything else. But if you're asking me, Vince, if I believe that this is a net negative or net positive, I believe that what the Eden community does with this as a resulting action will be net negative and or net positive. So whether they decide to accept it with open arms, thanking Block.one, look, Block.one is so great, I believe that that's net negative. I don't believe that that is a good path forward. So I'm not talking about the $500,000 itself. Even if it was $1 million, the numbers doesn't matter. It's the what you do with it afterwards, or what you how people receive it. I think that thanking them and saying the only reason why they haven't, because this is also I hear, is the only reason why Block.one has not been doing good things for the community is because we have not been thankful enough. If that's really your position, I have no idea where you've been for the last 4 years, because Block.one was elevated and Block.one was supported tremendously for years on end. And so the idea that they only that they have not been doing things because we have not been supporting them, that I disagree with. I supported them tremendously, so it's not even that I have not tried to take that path. I've tried to take that path for 3.5 years, essentially, leading up to, all right, at some point, it's enough. The community needs to take over, leading to the creation of the ENF. Like this, that I fundamentally disagree with.
Yeah, your intentions.
What Eden does with it, though, for example, where does Eden decide to direct those funds? Obviously, we don't know, because Eden is a process, so it'll depend on who's there. But I do see that some people believe that that should be returned, and that would be a strong signal. Whether or not that signal will have the intended effect that they believe it will have, that I don't know. But I can see how that's a realm of possibility that could potentially be positive. It would be a strong signal to the external media, especially if that was amplifying the external media, that $500,000 is not going to buy us, for example, because that would be the narrative that they would be pushing, right? If they were to, if the chief delegates ultimately through election in the next election were to either return, reject, burn, whatever you want to call it, that donation or those funds, if they were to reject essentially going down that path, the narrative that they would be trying to push is, sorry, we're not going to be bought. I would imagine I guess that's one of the potential reasons why they would be doing that. But ultimately, I think that it's kind of along that general line. I'm not actually convinced that that's not a bad idea. But I do see that that's also potentially a bad idea, because now you just lost a lot of funds that could have gone to do good. And this is where then talking about the ROI, is that potentially more positive in the long term and or even in the short term than the good that that 500 can create? It seems that people have this position that actually it would be better to do that than the good it would create in the short term with the 500.
Yeah,
And
I think
I
there's
can
an
understand that. I can see how that's a non-zero realm of possibility that I can get behind. Is that my preferred choice? I'm not sure yet. But either way, I said repeatedly I won't participate in the Eden elections for obvious reasons, and so if people run on that, I can understand why they're running on that. I could also understand why people would want to keep the funds and potentially leverage and or amplify the other Edens, because I also see a lot of chatter from and messages and communications from stakeholders out east that were not recipient of that. And why again are they left behind? And so I see that the CDs perhaps taking all of those funds and transferring them to the treasuries of, for example, Korea and or China, and or combination of thereabove and or other locations as well, could also potentially be positive. Hey, we're not going to accept it, but we're actually going to take those funds and try to create the others that are essentially left behind by this. I can see that. That would be kind of a platform that I would understand, I could get behind as well. I don't know if that really answers your question. If you're looking at a one, what would I do exactly, and or do I believe this is positive or negative? If you're looking at just a one answer, so far from what I can read, and then I also have other inputs as to why this may be negative and or positive for legal reasons, for security reasons. Ultimately, this is positive. If you're just asking for a black or white, the 500,000 EOS is positive in its own. What comes next changes whether or not, in my opinion, it continues being positive or if it enters the realm of negative.
It is
If you're following along.
it's
If that
definitely
makes sense, what I just said, if that makes sense, then if not, I can clarify if you've got a particular area you didn't really follow along with.
Miss Winfred, please.
Oh, I was just saying it's definitely positive in the short term, but do we care about the short term more than we do the long term? I'm gonna leave that to you guys to decide.
Well, I
Yes,
think
thank you.
that's what the CDs need to decide, right? That is why we have that process for people to run on a platform and for that process to be tested. If the premises of that process are accurate, then the will of those within that process will come out. And ultimately, in the short term, the decisions or each election, if you look at it as a snapshot, may have more good than bad or bad than good. But in the long term, the process should ultimately, if the premises are right and the theory is right, should ultimately lead to good. So I leave it to the CDs to figure out what they want to do. And for people, and I encourage people to participate in this process coming up on January 7th, get involved. If you've got an opinion on this, get involved and make your voice heard. And whatever that voice is, whatever that outcome is, that I've said repeatedly as well, I respect and I encourage, because that's the whole point of testing this process.
It was clear for me. And I think at the end, what I read, what I take away from you, Eve, is that you are deeply suspicious for very good reason. Your storied history with the company, deeply suspicious of their motivations, and no one would fault you for that. But what I'm also hearing is that you're open to the possibility that the money could be used in a net positive way. Winfred was very emphatic.
But the
that
money
long
could be used
term.
in a net positive way, just to be clear, which kind of aligns with what Winfred is saying, is burning the money potentially is a realm where the money is used in a positive way.
Um,
Do you understand what I mean? So it doesn't matter
I'm with
what the
you.
number is.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
I'm tracking.
whatever comes next.
Yeah, it's okay. Am I hearing that you're sort of um uh kind of putting foot down in terms of what you'd like
No, no, because
down
I
the line?
also mentioned that no, if
Okay,
I also
okay.
mentioned that, for example, those funds could be used to amplify other Edens that have not gotten that same attention.
Yeah, and I think that's been
Like
Chris Barnes has been
what
very
I'm saying
clear
is
about that.
there are other things that could be done with those funds that ultimately I believe could lead to a net positive. And the way in which the one issue I have is kind of the way in which these funds are received, and they're saying that it's no strings attached. That I just call bullshit on. The no strings attached, maybe from a here you go, we're not asking for anything in return, but that's a very narrow-minded way of thinking what a string is. There are multiple strings, and this is what I think some people are trying to bring forward, is there are multiple reasons why this could have happened, which is not necessarily a here you go, I'm writing it down, this is the reason, but I do believe this is a calculated, if you call it a donation, this action or this donation was calculated. I do not buy into this idea that they just woke up one morning and did this. So this is they've got an agenda, is the whole point. And the CDs going forward and the community going forward will ultimately, organically, through this process of Eden, come to consensus on what they believe that intention is, or the motivations are, and that I believe will influence then their next move as to what they do with that. And if ultimately the belief, this is, I guess, my belief, if ultimately people within this process believe that this was for a nefarious reason, it may tilt the scale whereby they decide to reject it, and or a
Isn't it?
combination thereof, rejection or whatever you could call it. And or if ultimately the process leads to people rising in the ranks believing that this was net positive, then it will go in that direction.
Hi, this is
And
Jay.
what I keep saying is I respect the process. So it doesn't really matter what I necessarily believe, because we've got a process to figure out what people within that community believe.
Hi, Eve.
And
This is
that I
Jay.
fundamentally support wholeheartedly. And I've said so repeatedly. I believe that we've not still yet tested this process fully. We actually need to run more elections more frequently. We need more iterations of this so that we have more data points to actually determine whether or not this process is net negative or positive. And now I'm talking about the process of the Eden governance. That we still don't know, because we're still basing our belief on theory. We have not run this experiment oftentimes enough, and clearly not with enough people, to be able to actually get to a place where I can't make that determination right now with the data that I have as to whether or not this is a viable new alternative to reaching consensus. I believe we're on to something, but if you ask me today, is it the solution? No, I can't make that determination right now. What we need, in my opinion, is to run this process more frequently with more people. The idea, because a lot of the theory behind this idea of Eden was based on the premise that there would be thousands of participants, or a lot of paliers, or thresholds, or I guess tiers to jump over, and that is not currently the case. And this was also brought up on in multiple occasions, is that we've not really even fully tested the process, let alone a number of times, in the quality of those times, because there's not been enough participants. And so really, you could, as an individual, if you really wanted to, accede the ranks quite easily by default, because there's not enough people, not enough tiers. And even though the people in the first tiers, from what we've seen based on data, the majority of them don't even want to proceed to the next tiers. So by default, it's very easy to climb up the ranks. So this idea that Eden in its current iteration represents actually the will of the community, I disagree with that. But that doesn't mean that I disagree with the process, that we should stop the process, or that we shouldn't run the process more frequently. Right? And this is where some people are trying to conflate my position. oh, if you X, then that means you don't agree with. No, that's not true. And this is where then I would go back to this idea of, regardless of what I say, what are we doing? And what is the ENF doing, and or what is Block.one doing, or what are the participants doing? The actions that precede the words and or that are going to supersede the words are way more valuable than the words. So again, I go back to this idea that if people have an opinion, we've got a process right now called Eden, that there's an election coming up. If you fundamentally believe that you've got a vision and or that you've got an opinion and that it is worthwhile, that this is your vision for EOS going forward, and that you believe that whatever just took place, you've got an opinion on and you want to shape the future of the network, we've got a process for that. It's called Eden. Go and participate. Make your voice heard. Whether you, again, I'm not talking about whether or not you agree with the Block.one donation or not, that's not where I'm coming from. We've got a process for people to make their voices heard that is not token weight. Go and use it if you've got a position. Whatever that position may be. We need to run this experiment more and more and more to figure out where this goes. We have not done enough yet. We've not run it enough times, and not enough people have participated each time for us to see whether or not, as a community, as a network, that process is even theoretically still good or bad. We have no idea.
The only thing I would say is that my sense, and I don't know if anyone's in the call that Helios team, whatever, but my sense is that uh, they went into, hopefully they went into the conversation with Block.one with eyes wide open, and whether or not this is a Trojan horse of some kind, um, I guess is yet to be seen. But at the very least, kind of like what you said in one of your very early articles for ENF, Eve, was that Eden was kind of on a life support, just like EOS was a year ago.
It still is. Theoretically,
Yeah.
yes. I would not theoretically. It still is. Even with this, it still is.
Yeah, it's in its nascency, but it's certainly. I mean, now it has a very a meager war chest with which to
War
proceed.
chest alone doesn't make or break a system.
Agreed. I'm
It's
just
nice. It's good. I'm not saying it's negative.
yeah.
I would
I'm
say
saying
that what's missing in Eden, why I'm making the statement that it's perhaps still, not necessarily said, is there's just not enough people. It's people. It's people actually believing in this process, participating in this process, regardless of the treasury that's there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So in this case, it might be a bird in the hand. I mean, here you have $500,000 with which Eden can continue to
Eden had a
evolve and
$1.5 million for the first couple of months. Like, money is not necessarily what's blocking this process.
yeah, I'm not sure. I can't speak to the numbers. I mean, where it was now before the $500,000 injection.
But before
But
the $500,000 injecting and had, I think, just under $90,000 left in the treasury. What I'm saying is, when Eden was launched, it
right.
had, I don't recall the exact number, but over $1 million in it. And so this 500,000 EOS is not the most amount of, if you do fiat conversion, the most amount of funds that Eden had access to.
Oh, I hear you completely. I mean, anyone would see. I think after this is the fourth election now coming up, Eden has evolved tremendously, and now that there's groups that have taken over the code base and are rapidly evolving it. There's people who are developing dispute resolution and NTTs and all these kinds of things. It's like, and it's a good place. That $1.5 million, I would say, was well spent to get Eden to where it is now. Now, obviously, the biggest problem is lack of people. But I guess I don't mean to get into a back and forth about Eden in itself. Uh, but just really my focus in chiming in the first place was trying to get a pulse on the different perspectives around the B1 contribution. And
And
it
then this
sounds
is
like,
perhaps where we have a different viewpoint,
yeah,
is that I think that Eden is fundamental to this. we have a process that can be leveraged to determine what the will of the community, non-token weight community, or that token weight is not a factor in. We've got a process for that. And so it's incredibly relevant to whether or not this, or where this goes. Like, we've got a process to determine where this goes. Use it. So Eden is incredibly relevant to this discussion, in my opinion, because we've got a process that we can leverage to determine what the will of the community is. Now, I'm using community because it's only the community that participates in Eden, but for those that are not participating in Eden, there is a mechanism for you to go make your voice heard. And so I think that that's incredibly relevant to all of this. So instead of you and me debating, which I think is great that we're doing, we've got a process to actually determine what comes next.
Yeah, on that point, I completely agree. No qualms with that statement. Yeah. It wasn't just a matter of trying to figure out what, particularly Trimbot, and being able to pick his brain about his article. But I absolutely agree, Eve, that Eden is a very unique process that can help us reach a consensus among a very small set of stakeholders in the community.
In a very particular way that so far seems to be somewhat promising. Or I wouldn't say promising. I think even promising is a little too far exaggerated of a word, because that implies that it is ultimately, I guess, more positive than negative. I would say that still to this day, there's not enough data to determine whether or not it's actually promising. I think it's still in the stages of very much of experimentation and very much of, we don't know if this process actually is going to have the outcomes that were determined in the theory leading to its creation. But what I can stand behind is to say, because we don't know, we should test more. We should use it more. And I think that this particular instance right now has fired up the community to have an opinion. And so previous to this action, we didn't really have something as big as that, let's say, that could be debated by that particular community. And so, in my opinion, this is the first time that that particular community will be able to leverage a process, the process itself, to be able to determine whether or not this particular action, what comes next. And so I think that that's incredible. I think that this opportunity that lies ahead on January 7th is monumental in what it will ultimately, I guess, create afterwards. And that's not the right term, but if you know what I mean.
I do. I wonder,
Like,
and I'm
there
curious
hasn't been
to
an existential question like this so far that would have been brought up in the elections. I can't think of anything so far.
I agree with you completely. So, and I can't remember if Eden was around when the vesting schedule stopped. I thought maybe we had the
No,
at that point.
it,
Maybe
it wasn't,
it was
not prior to the election, and not so. And again, it's very different, right? We're talking about now something that impacts Eden specifically. So it's Eden and its own realm now having something to talk about and decide upon. The
fair.
stopping of vesting was not in Eden's realm. The issuance of 68 million tokens was not in Eden's realm. This is specifically in Eden's realm.
With ramifications to the wider ecosystem, as Winston has
Correct.
said.
Very much so, of course. Very much
Right.
so.
Right.
Right?
I wonder, what do you think about making a statement at the ENF level to that effect? I mean, like that, encouraging participatory selection, making a tweet to that point. Like make sure you turn out. You've articulated it well here in this space, and maybe you'll be able to publish something that says that this is the first time that the community can rally and come to a consensus about a contentious issue.
Within
That is
their own realm of control, sphere of control. That key part is very important. Sure, yes. I mean, after these fireside chats, the team that essentially kind of parses out this, creates the timestamps, and makes a bunch of sound bites out of this will likely make a sound bite of the whatever our discussion, because I'm in a different time zone. I don't know how long you've been going on with, but I would imagine there's going to be a bunch of sound bites and tweets going out from this. So yes, I would imagine that that is going to be the case.
Thanks, Eve. I think that would be beneficial to have, kind of your vocal support in the importance of this upcoming election, and using it as a referendum and an example, a good test case of the efficacy of the process. So thank you. Thanks for all your input.
I mean, I think it's thanks to, I know it sounds cliche, but it's thanks to everybody showing up, even on these fireside chats. I think this is one of the things that perhaps is unique to the to the EOS community, is the capacity for people to get in somewhat of a town hall, town square, and talk. By text, and I've mentioned this multiple times, in my opinion, is not the preferred communication method, because it's very easy, especially as a pseudonym or even as a non-pseudonym, behind the words on a screen without your voice. It's very easy to either misconstrue what people are saying, because you don't get the emotion, the tonality, you don't get any of the feeling behind just the the letters on the screen. But the fireside chat is quite unique in that people from the community get on a call, and we, in my opinion anyways, we definitely see a more respectful level of debate. And I've been listening in now for, I guess, I don't know how long, but maybe 2 hours or so. A definitely more respectful level of debate, because there's this extra presence that, hey, you can hear my voice. And so either if I was aggressive by text, then either that may be misconstrued, or I was and now I'm not as aggressive because you have to hear my voice. I'm using myself as an example. But I think that function, that feature is quite unique. And the one thing that I'm very much disappointed in what has occurred, let's say, from the issuance of 68 million tokens, is that some people that I highly respected disagreed with what occurred, which is completely fine because multiple people did, but the way in which they did so, extremely disappointing. And I think that fireside chats are a good town hall to be able to bridge those gaps, whereas Twitter, Telegram are not. But ultimately, my point here is that one thing that the one part that for me in the last month or so has been very difficult is seeing people that I highly respect disagreeing in a way, the way in which their actions, their words and what they're saying turn very negative and very personal, and that I find very disappointing. And it's been brought up multiple times. You can disagree. The way in which you disagree matters very much. And this is where also the Eden process, because of that human aspect to it, even one level further, being on screen, it leads to, in my opinion anyways, based on what we've seen, a more diplomatic approach, a more respectful approach, just like these firesides, in my opinion. And even though you can't see my face, you very much hear my voice. If you saw my face, it would probably it would be even one step further. And that's what I think is unique from this community, that that really drives me, is it's very real. And so you can debate, you can argue in a respectful manner. And we've got methods and processes and a framework around how to do that within this community. And not only that, we're building tools and we're investing in tools to be able to scale that, because this fireside right now is not scalable. I would even argue that the Eden process in its current iteration is not scalable, and it's not inviting. The usability of the system is still very much lacking, which is why, for example, we've invested heavily and made a commitment into Haifa as a tool, because it's more so than just the processes. It needs to be a framework around that, so that regardless of who's there, regardless of when it is, that it's accessible to people, it's easy to use, it's scalable, and it will continue living regardless of who's in that system. And so even when we talk about internally at the ENF, transparency, communication, we made that very much at the forefront of our mission and values from day one. it's important for people to recognize that to create a system and a framework that will outlast one specific instance. So we can do something, for example, is the NF, we can share data once, but if we don't create a framework around that, it's not worth as much. You need to create a system so that the system can continue existing regardless of the will of a particular individual or group of individuals at a particular time. And really, this is what we're trying to do with Eden as well. This is what we're trying to do within the ENF as well. How do we create systems and frameworks so that this, what we're doing right now, the communication back and forth, the being able to communicate and reach and or either share opinions and reach to a consensus and or disagree, but still being able to do so in a respectful, scalable, meaningful manner that weighs into the ecosystem as well. So that is captured by the ecosystem in the sense that it's not just being able to have a voice. It's not just being able to output data. It's for that data to somehow also matter within that ecosystem and somehow be one of the variables that's taken into play when that system ultimately evolves. That is a huge process. That is extremely difficult as well to figure out. And that I think is again very unique to this community. It's the dedicating the time and the resources to actually make this happen. And it's a very long, arduous process. And people, I find, in my opinion, somehow get stuck in the instant, in the snapshot. So just looking at this point in time and looking at whether this point in time it was either good or bad instead of where the trajectory is and what is the ultimate goal. And is that ultimate goal actually backed up by actions, or is this just empty words? Which then really brings us all the way back to the discussion of Block.one. But anyways, I thank you very much, everybody. I need to actually go. Again, I'm in transit. I'm in Japan right now. I'm likely going to be heading to South Korea again next week. So I'm going to be based in Asia for the next month or so that it's a little bit easier for travel within Asian countries, because traveling from the east end of Canada is very far and very taxing on the body and etc. And so I need to let you guys all go, but thank you very much for participating in this. As I said, I've been listening for a while, and this is awesome. Like, being able to have this discussion in this format really drives me to do what I do every day. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate it as well.
Nice one, Eve.
Well, since I'm talking, I'll just add on that I completely agree with what Eve said, and I really appreciate that the EOS community is having these discussions. And it's very unique in the EOS community and Eden and what we're doing with EOS. It's really powerful and helpful. And so, yeah, I appreciate everybody's discussions as well. And it's been a great discussion so far. So thank you, everybody.
You're a good man, Dan. We love you.
Thank you, Mel. Likewise, you're a great man too, and I love you too.
Is that it? Because if not, I'm going to bed.
I think that's it.
Hey, I'll add one more thing.
There we go.
I just want to shout out again, learn.eosnetwork.com. That was Nathan's work. I don't even know if he's still around, but the credit for making the website, like 100% goes to him. But we worked together on that very closely because I was the one who did the cloud infrastructure for it. And I'm super proud of that work, even though it wasn't like terribly complicated. But we worked together very closely on that. It's cached in 240 cities. It should be very, 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 very fast, no matter where you are on Earth. And I hope you guys like it. Like, all the credit to the website and the content on the website goes to Nathan. But I'm super proud of that work. So definitely check it out.
All right, we'll leave it there. Great discussion, everyone. Thanks for joining. How many made it to the finish line? 36 people. Someone just joined. We were 35, now we're 36. Someone just joined. We can't do that to that person. But no, I think we're good here. What is this? 4 hours? 4 hours and 19 minutes? Okay. We'll wrap it up in 1 minute. Thanks everyone for joining. Let's go EOS. Let's go Eden. Let's see what happens. Very exciting times in the EOS community. And yeah, thanks to everyone who participated. We'll do it again. Not next week, actually. We're taking a week off, but the week after for the year in review. Go EOS, everyone.
Go.
Go.
Wheel.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are all
Oh,
beautiful.
yeah. Oh, oh.
Glorious, glorious, glorious.
Have a great Christmas, guys. If I don't hear from you.
Go to bed, Mel.
Happy holidays.
Go Eagles. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, Christmas. I am here because I love you. You know, since the beginning, I am
Yeah,
here
yeah.
with
Get on the sauce
you.
again.
I love you, yes, since the beginning.
Yeah.
I love you because I am here since the beginning. I fucking love you, and I fucking love Eve when he's speaking the truth. It's the
Yeah,
best bastard that we
he's the
have
man.
into the community. And go to bed, my Mel. Go to bed, my Mel. I love you.
Not that, guys. That's funny. Cheers.
Excellent, excellent.
Bye.
It's very nice, very nice. Not too bad today, not too bad. 4 hours? You were 4 hours? No, no, no. Incredible. Incredible. You know what? We can do an after Fireside Chat.
Well, do
Let's do
it. Well,
But let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. I will sing for you. I will sing for you. I will sing for me because I love you. Fireside Chat after party. Happy holidays, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year, and go to bed. If you are not too bad, go to bed. Oh,
Oh, Dave, you're supposed to end it much sooner. They're not supposed to hear this madness. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Stephane, do you have a
No, absolutely. Leave the bonus material in there
Stephane?
for the
Do you
people.
have a problem with the